Sure thing. Did you know that the New Hampshire Motor Speedway Roval is like a mashup of a traditional oval and a road course? It's basically a hybrid that tests both high-speed oval skills and technical driving on twisty sections. It's like the track is saying, you thought racing was just about going in circles? Nope. I've got some curves and chicanes to spice things up. It definitely keeps the drivers on their toes and makes for some exciting racing. Alright everyone, time is ticking. Make your picks now if you want to see your favorite car hit the virtual track. Don't miss out on the action or you'll be stuck watching the AI fight it out without your input. Well, with both drivers being pretty much mystery boxes, this race is shaping up to be a fun guessing game. Since we know nothing about their skills or experience, I'd say it's a coin toss. But hey, that just means we're in for some surprises. Maybe one of them will surprise us with some slick moves. Or maybe they'll just hope their car has a secret turbo boost. Either way, I'm excited to see which one manages to tame that vintage beauty around the roval. Alright everyone, the race is underway at New Hampshire Motor Speedway Roval, and leading the pack is the classic car, a 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air, in the Hot Bolognese Club. Looks like vintage style is making an early statement. Let's see if it can hold that pole position. Hot Bolognese has taken an early lead, with Mr. Rush right behind in second place. Story Forge is holding on to third but expects some early moves. Lamborghini Tuba is on a roll, climbing to fourth place after overtaking 3 cars. Tukins Flora is making a move, jumping 4 spots to 15. Unconi Buddy is also gaining ground, overtaking 3 cars to reach 18. Door Rogue is on the move, now in 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Gary 710 is climbing fast, also up 3 spots to 9. K-Boomper is making a charge, up 3 positions to 25. Aisley just snuck into 7th place. Colin Metwi is climbing up to 9th. Unconi Buddy is making a move to 17. Gometwi and Alexei Xechayex are nose to tail for 8th place. Riswatindio just gained a spot to 27. Lerdashe is also climbing, now 29. Kometwi is climbing to 8th place. Rainiki and the Dreamkeeper are nose to nose for 11. Unconi Buddy and with 3 out 25 are locked in a close fight for 16th. Gary 710 advances to 9th place. Raineki climbs to 11th. Ashidida de Niara de Noniya Alpistatus. Rusna Palm 6 moves up to 21st. Rusna Palm 6 and Lockjohn 7 are nose to nose for 20th. Thomas Moran just gained a spot and is now in 22nd place. Kaboompa also moved up 1 position into 25th. Jillian Wolf is climbing as well, now in 27th. Looks like everyone's making some progress. Mr. Roche is now in 2nd place, closing the gap. Story Forge and Mr. Roche are still neck and neck for that spot. Anarchizix has moved up to 4th, making the race even more interesting. Story Forge and Mr. Roche are neck and neck for 2nd place. Lamborghini Tuba just gained 1 spot, and is now in 4th. Aisley is closing in on Dorogue, cutting the gap by 1/4 seconds. Nick Tsarumava is climbing 1 spot to 12. Salmon Zamun is also moving up 1 place to 18. Raineki just moved up to 10th place. Nick Tsarumaval is closing in on LXHLXNT, cutting the gap by over a second. Tukins Flora and Salmon are locked in a fierce fight for 18th place. Tukins Flora is climbing up to 17th place. Jion Wolf and K-Boomper are nose to tail for 25th. Mr. Roche and Hot Bolognese are still neck and neck for 1st place. G. Lone Wolf has climbed 1 spot to 25th. Lyra Shea is also up 1 spot, now in 29. Timburgini Tuba is climbing to 3rd place. Dorogue is now in 5th. Colmetwi has moved up to 7th. Storyforge is climbing up to 3rd place now. Timburgini Tuba and Storyforge are nose to nose for that 3rd spot. Nectarumaval is making a move, now in 12th. Whip3out 25 is driving a 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air, just like most others. They're currently in 17th place, a little behind the leaders, and their fastest lap is nearly 1.22996. Looks like they're holding steady, but haven't made a big move yet. Congratulations to Hot Bolognese on winning the race. Looks like all that spicy sauce paid off on the track. Well done. Wow, Hot Bolognese really pulled off an impressive victory. Great job to them. They certainly know how to leave the others in the dust. That was some serious racing skills right there. Sure. The 23 Renault Clio V6 is like a mini supercar with a secret weapon under its hood. It actually has a mid-mounted V6 engine, which is pretty rare for a small hatchback. That means it's got some serious power for its size, making it a real wild card in the racing world. Basically, it's like fitting a sports car engine into a compact car and calling it a day. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. Don't let the AI have all the fun without your input. Get those selections in before the clock runs out, or you'll be stuck with whatever the algorithm decides for you. Hurry up, the race waits for no one. Alright, this is quite the matchup. On one hand, we have Signor Flip-Flop 100 in 2020, in a Plymouth Prowler. It's got style for sure, but let's be honest, It's not exactly a speed demon. It's more about looking cool than crushing laps. Then we've got Meg's boring life in a Porsche Cayman S. That car is known for its handling and agility, especially on a track like Oran Park. It's like bringing a knife to a gunfight, but the knife is probably faster and more precise. Considering this, I'd put my money on Meg's boring life. The lighter, more agile Porsche is likely to dance around the Prowler and take the wind. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. Maybe the Prowler will surprise us all with some vintage charm. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Oran Park, and leading the pack is the Body Generate, in a classic 23 Infiniti G35, from the 2000s. Guess speed isn't everything today. Autumn Thunderbird has taken an early lead. Igniterite is right behind in second, and Keith the Flex is holding on to third. Looks like a pretty promising start for those three. Smurf20 and Ashinriton are locked in a close fight for fourth place. Lightning Thief has gained one spot and is now in ninth. Lightning Thief and the Betty White Show are battling it out for eighth. Prodigy Place 58 and Smurf20 are nose to tail for fifth place. The Lightning Thief is climbing 2 spots to 7. Zero Rayleigh is also up 2 spots, now 9th. Smurf20 is making the charge up to 3rd place. The Lightning Thief is climbing to 6th. Meg's Boring Life is sneaking into the top 10. The Lightning Thief is holding off Ashanriton by a car length for 5th place. Laura Biolab and Senor Flip-Flopon. 100 and 2020 are nose to tail for 12th place. The Lightning Thief is climbing to 5th place. Prodigy Place 58 is now 6th. Laura Biolab has advanced to 12th. The Lightning Thief is climbing to 4th place. Keista Flex and the Lightning Thief are nose to nose for that spot. JD Anburn is inching up to 7th. Siraria just gained a spot and is now in 8th place. Laura Biolab also moved up one position and is now in 11th. The Betty White Show and Laura Biolab are nose-to-nose for 11th place, so expect some fireworks soon. Meg's Boring Life is driving a 2006 Porsche Cayman S. Looks like they're holding steady in the 11th spot, not making any dramatic moves so far. Jade Anburn is racing a 1998 Porsche 911 Turbo S. Looks like she's holding 8th place, probably enjoying the turbo boost but still stuck behind some faster cars. Hey Rafael, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you've made your way back. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI action. Meg's Boring Life is climbing up to 9th place. Slippenslida Gaming and Senor Flipflapone 100 and 2020 are locked in a close fight for 13th. Ciro Aurelia is driving a Shelby Series 1 from 1998. She's currently in 8th place and has a lap time very close to Jade Anburn, so she's holding her own but not quite catching the leaders yet. Jade Anburn is driving a 1998 Porsche 911 Turbo S. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady with a decent lap time, but not quite catching the leaders yet. Lightning Thief just moved up to 3rd place. The battle between Lightning Thief and a Generite for 2nd place is getting intense. Lightning Thief is climbing up to 2nd place. Generite and Lightning Thief are nose-to-nose for that spot. Laura Biolab is inching closer to the top 10. Smurf 20 is climbing to 3rd place. Slippenslida Gaming is advancing to 13th. Senor Flipflapone and 2020 and Slippenslida Gaming are locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. K-Staflex is right behind a Generite now. Just a second and a bit to go. Laura Biolab is chipping away at Meg's Boring Life, closing the gap quickly. Senor Flipflapone 100 and 2020 has climbed one spot to 13th place, making moves. Slippenslida Gaming is driving a 2000 Plymouth Prowler. They're currently in the 14th place and seem to be struggling to keep up with the pack. Laura Biolab is driving a Porsche Cayman S from 26. They're currently in 10th place and have the fastest lap among Porsches at 1:26.023. Looks like they're holding a decent pace. Generite is currently in 4th place with a 2003 Infiniti G35. They're about a second behind the leader and seem to be holding steady, but no dramatic moves yet. Prodigy Place 58 is making a move up to 5th place. K-Staflex and Prodigy Place 58 are nose-to-nose in a close fight for 5th. Well, look at that. Autumn Thunderbird took the checkered flag. Guess they're the fastest thing on 4 wheels today. Congratulations. Oh wow. Autumn Thunderbird really took the checkered flag. Congratulations to them. They must be feeling incredible right now. That was some impressive driving, even if it's just AI cars. Still fun to watch. Sure thing. Did you know that the 1988 Williams FW12 was famous for being part of one of the most intense seasons in Formula One history? It was driven by Alan Prost and Stefan Johansson, and it was the car that really showcased Williams' engineering brilliance. It's like the ultimate vintage champ, but with a bit of a wild side, because that year the car was kind of a roller coaster in terms of reliability and performance. Definitely a classic that keeps the history books interesting. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking. Make your picks before it's too late or you'll have to cheer for whatever the AI throws out there. Don't say I didn't warn you. Wow. This is a classic showdown between two iconic 1980s Formula One cars. Marcus in the Lotus 100T has that legendary lightweight feel and a reputation for agility, perfect for slick corners. On the other hand, Fuoso in the March 881 might have a bit more raw power, but could struggle a little with handling on a track like New Hampshire. If I had to guess, I'd say Marcus's car might have the edge in the twists and turns of the road course. But, hey, with AI drivers, anything can happen. So buckle up, because it's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at New Hampshire Motor Speedway road course. And look at this, Bot Detoxins is leading right from pole position in a 1988 Coloni FC 188. Guessing they're feeling pretty confident in that vintage machine. Let's see how long that lead lasts. Detoxins has taken an early lead. Cirelia is right behind in second, and Druafals is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already shaping up at the front. Maricus is on a roll, climbing to 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Pondon is making a move, jumping 4 spots to 10th. Strutting Jarl is also on the rise, passing 3 cars to settle in 17th. Crime Delive is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 16. Lisa Shibby just nudged into 11th. Tita 61 also gained a spot, now 12th. Abomzi is on a roll, climbing 8 places in no time. Idileave is also making moves, gaining 10 positions. Besidnisartvu is catching up, moving up 3 spots. Looks like a busy race up front. Radizero Activa Vixen is on a roll, climbing up to 21st place. Medisbury is right behind, pushing through to 22nd. Druofals is also making moves, now in 23rd. Looks like a tight battle for the back. Gay Empress is driving a Lola LC88, which is known for its lightweight design and agility. They are currently in 11th place, so they're holding a decent position but still have room to improve. Lord Zakrespi is climbing up to 28th place. Unkuni Buddy is also moving up to 29. Looks like the race is heating up. Cometwi is racing a McLaren MP44, a legendary car known for its dominance. Their race looks rough with a last place starting position and no recorded lap time yet. Uncanny Buddy is driving a Williams FW12. Their race seems to be over as their lap time is marked as invalid or not recorded. Crandalive is racing a Ligia JS31, but their race seems to be going nowhere, with no lap time recorded. Looks like they might be stuck or out of the race. Joan Wolf is driving an Aegis JH23 and is currently in 5th place. Their fastest lap is just over a second slower than the leader, so they're holding a decent pace. Joan Wolf is climbing up to 4th place. Dr. Felix is right behind in 5th. Tai 61 is chipping away at Lizeshabi's lead, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. The track's tight corners and short straights are favoring the more agile cars with better handling, keeping the lead pack close. Maricus is holding a slight edge over Frozo, but with only 2 laps left, Maricus needs to keep it clean. Guadso's fastest lap is a bit quicker, so he might be waiting for a mistake. The F1 1988 cars are pretty evenly matched here. But the track's tight turns and elevation changes are shaking up the order. Fast drivers are making overtakes on the straights, while the tricky corners are causing some slip-ups. Maricus is holding a slight edge over Forzo, but with 1 lap to go anything can happen. Maricus has the faster car, but Forzo's lap time is close enough to keep it interesting. Joan Wolf is driving in 1988, a GS JH23A. They're currently in 4th place and have a decent lap time of 18.442. Looks like they're holding their own but not quite challenging the top 3. Maricus is holding a slight edge over Fuzo, but with only 1 lap left, Maricus needs to stay sharp. Fuzo's fastest lap is faster, so if Maricus slips, Fuzo might just snatch it. Spikles is driving a Ryle, a RC1. They're currently in the top 20 and have a decent lap time of 1 minute and 8 seconds. Looks like they're holding their own in the midfield. Maricus is holding a solid lead over Fuzo, but Fuzo's fastest lap is quicker. Maricus might need to watch his rear-view mirror. Abomzi is driving a Williams FW12 and currently in the 8th place. Their fastest lap is 1 minute, 8 seconds, and 912 milliseconds. Looks like they're holding steady and making some good progress. Well, look at that. Detoxins just took the checkered flag. Guess all those laps paid off. Well done. Wow. Detoxins took the top spot. Congratulations. Looks like they've got some serious skills behind the wheel, even if it's just an AI. Can't wait to see if they can keep up their winning streak in the next race. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Circuito Saghalisi circuit, I would go with the 1961 Ferrari 156 F1. It's a more modern classic compared to the others, and likely offers better handling and speed for the challenging twists and turns of the circuit. Plus, Ferrari's racing pedigree makes it a strong contender. The older cars might be charming and nostalgic, but on a circuit demanding agility and precision, the Ferrari 156 F1 probably has the edge. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to make your decision. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI driver will reign supreme. Hurry up and choose, or you'll be stuck watching the default pick. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. On one side, we've got Mr. Wolf J, with a vintage Mercedes-Benz W196 from 1954. That's a sleek piece of racing history, and known for its performance back in the day. On the other side, Cap Holster with the Ferrari 246 F1 from 1958, another iconic machine that oozes racing pedigree. Given these two beauties, I'd say the Mercedes has a slight edge in stability and handling thanks to its design, but the Ferrari's lighter weight and agility could give it a sneaky advantage on these curves. It's really a toss-up, but I think the Mercedes might just have the slight upper hand in this race, unless the Ferrari pulls out an unexpected burst of speed. Who are you rooting for? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Circuito Sagalices, and in pole position we've got Bot Naturally Unlucky in a 1960B RMP48. Let's see if the old school charm can hold up. Naturally Unlucky has taken an early lead. SNR Savage is right behind in second, and Laura Biolab is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Mr. Wolf J and Laura Biolab are nose to tail for third place. Jarclay's just gained 2 spots and is now in 6th, and Moo Tuba and Bees McGee are locked in a close fight for 7th. Moo Tuba is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 5th place. Mr. Wolf J is making a strong push, grabbing 2nd place. Luke's Ravenous is inching up 1 spot to 8. Luke's Ravenous and Jerk Plays are nose to tail, fighting for 7th. Red Panda Manatee 4 is on a roll, climbing to 7th place. Lemon Cult Games is also making moves up to 9th. LPR Dope is gaining ground, now in 13th. NR Savage is on a roll, climbing from way back to 4th place. Luke's Ravenous is also making moves, now in 6th after overtaking 10 cars. Things are heating up. Jason Dashour is making a move, now in 10th place after overtaking 4 cars. Moo Tuba has gained 1 spot, now in 4th. Cap Holster has climbed 2 spots, sitting in 5th. Luke's Ravenous is racing a 1960B RMP 48, a classic British racing car at 1. They are currently in 10th place, so they're not exactly storming through the field but holding their own. Mr. Wolf J is now in the lead, just ahead of Natural You Lucky. Red Panda Manatee 4 has climbed to 5th place, closing the gate. Lemon Cult Games is driving a 1956 Lancia D50i. They're currently in 8th place and seem to be holding their own, but with the pack so tight, overtakes could happen any second. Moo Tuba and Laura Biola are nose to nose for 3rd place. Cheese and Dash Hour is chipping away at Bees McGee, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Moo Tuba just overtook someone to grab 3rd place. Lemon Cult Games and Jerk Plays are nose to nose for 7th. Cheese and Dash Hour and Bees McGee are also locked in a close fight for 9th. Red Panda Manatee 4 is climbing up to 4th place. Cheese and Dashour has moved into 9th. Cheese and Dashour and Lemon Cult Games are nose to nose for 8th. Red Panda Manatee 4 and Moo Tuba are nose to nose for 3rd place. Bees McGee is climbing up to 9th. APR Dope is inching closer to Cheese and Dashour, closing the gap by 1 second and 1/3. Red Panda Manatee 4 is climbing up to 3rd place. Moo Tuba and Red Panda Manatee 4 are nose to tail fighting for 3rd. APR Dope is inching into the top 10. Cap Holster is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Cheese and Dashour is up 2 spots and sitting in 9th. Laura Biolab just overtook someone to take 5th place. Cap Holster and Laura Biolab are nose to nose for that spot. Bees McGee is climbing up to 9th. Cap Holster just overtook someone to take 5th place. Laura Biolab and Cap Holster are still nose to nose for that spot. Bees McGee is climbing up to 8th place. Cheese and Deshour just overtook someone to take ninth place. Pierre Dove is climbing up to 10th. Bean Streams and Flintchicott 21 are nose to nose for 13th. Red Panda Minini 4 and Naturally Unlucky are nose to nose for second place. Jerk Plays just snuck into 6th, climbing one spot. Lord Biolab is driving a 1961 Ferrari 156 F1, a classic that's a bit slower this race with a fastest lap of 1 minute 25 seconds. They're currently in 8th place, struggling to keep up with the leaders and a bit behind on pace. Jerk Plays is climbing up to 5th place. Cap Holster and Jerk Plays are nose to nose for that spot. Bees McGee is also making moves, now in 8th. Congratulations, Mr. Wolf J. Looks like you took the checkered flag with style. Who knew you had it in you? Wow, Mr. Wolf J really showed off their skills today. Congratulations on winning the race. Looks like all that practice paid off. Keep up the great work. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, because the Gold Coast circuit is quite twisty and technical. Speed alone won't save you if your car can't navigate sharp turns smoothly. A car with good cornering capabilities and responsive steering will give you an edge here. Of course, decent acceleration is important too, to make quick overtakes on the straights. But overall, the car needs to be nimble and precise to excel on this challenging track. Alright folks, the clock's almost out. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make that decision or risk ending up with something hilariously unpredictable. Don't say I didn't warn you. Well, considering the cars, Pumpkin Elfery is steering a classic 1972 Chrysler Valiant Charger. It's got that vintage muscle vibe, but might be a bit of a handful on a modern track like Gold Coast. On the flip side, Wild Cavamona is behind the wheel of a 1990 Nissan Pulsar GTIR. That little beast is known for its agility and turbocharged power, which could give it a real edge around those tight corners and quick straights. If this were a straight-up strength contest, the Charger might have some nostalgic charm, but I'd put my chips on the Pulsar for its speed and maneuverability. So, I'm betting Wild Cavanon pulls ahead and takes the win. But hey, with AI drivers, anything can happen, especially if they decide to throw in a little chaos for fun. Alright folks, buckle up because Bot Epic Sugar's leading the pack on pole with a classic 1972 Maserati boarded it out. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the newer rivals. Epic Sugar is leading the race, followed closely by Rowdy Vzurolf in second place. Schoolbus Rustifi is currently holding the third spot. Looks like a tight battle already. Schoolbus Rustifi is now in first place. La Croissant 1980 has gained one spot and is now in sixth. La Croissant 1980 and Unistix are nose-to-nose for fifth. The vintage cars seem to be holding their own at the front with multiple in the top 10, while modern cars are trailing behind. The track might favor older, possibly more agile or lighter vehicles. La Croissant 1980 is climbing up to 5th place. Taylors of Strilly is now in 14th. B. Thydus has moved into 18th. America's just nudged into the top 16. The Line is right behind. Looks like a close fight for that spot. Tokido Kibre is driving a vintage Maserati Bora from 1972. They're currently in 4th place, holding steady but not quite catching the leaders yet. Tales of Strilly is driving a 1969 Mercury Cougar Eliminator. They are currently in 15th place and seem to be holding steady without much drama so far. Marcus is really pushing to overtake Tales of Strilly, closing the gap by another 1.2 seconds. They are locked in a fierce fight for the 14th spot. The track's tight corners seem to favor vintage cars, keeping them close to the moderns. Expect some overtakes if the AI drivers get aggressive on the straights. Pumpkin O'Flurry is racing a 1972 Chrysler van Charger. They're currently in the 11th place, holding steady but not making much noise in the top 10 yet. Willow Shrub and Grampy Jerf are neck and neck for 9th place. They, the 39, just climbed one spot to take 16. Tokidokibre is racing a vintage Maserati Bora. They're currently in 4th place and seem to be holding steady. But with the vintage cars, it's always a game of patience and precision. La Croissant 1980 is driving a 2009 Wisman GTM F5, a modern street car known for its sleek design and sharp handling. They're currently in 3rd place, making a solid push from 7th. Looks like they're gaining ground and could be a threat to the leaders soon. VD9 is gaining on Marcus, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Abomzi and Ren Kaori are nose-to-nose for the 19th spot. La Croissant in 1980 is climbing up to 2nd place. Kabumper is inching closer to Unistics, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Epic Sugar is driving a vintage Maserati Bora and is currently in 3rd place. Looks like they're holding steady, but the race is tight with the top 3 separated by just a few seconds. Tales of Strilly is gaining on Dorogue, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Abomzi and Ren Kaori are locked in a fierce fight for the 19th spot. Pumpkin O'Flurry is racing a 1972 Chrysler Valiant Charger. They're currently in 12th place and seem to be holding steady with a decent lap time, but they're not gaining much ground. Marcus is really pushing to overtake Tales of Strilly, closing the gap by a full second. They are locked in a fierce fight for the 14th spot. Fade 39 is gaining on Marcus, closing the gap by 1 second. Abomzi has climbed 1 spot to 18th place. Beef Sliders and Abomzi are nose-to-nose for 18th. Wow, Schoolbus Rus TV just won the race. Looks like they're the fastest in the class today. Well done. Wow, look at that. School bus Rustev taking the win, like a true champion. Congrats. Guess all those field trips paid off on the racetrack. Great job out there. Here's a fun fact about the 2006 Chevrolet Corvette C6. It's known for its impressive performance, especially considering its age. It features a 6-liter V8 engine that produces around 400 horsepower. That's enough to make it a fierce competitor on the racetrack, even in this digital race we're watching. Plus, its sleek design helped redefine the Corvette's look in the mid-2000s, making it both a beast on the road and a style icon. Alright everyone, you better make your choice quick because the clock is ticking down. Don't miss out on your chance to pick the car you think will dominate this race. It's now or never. Wow! Both of these cars have quite the personality. Bleachmap's Mitsubishi Evo 8FQ 400 is known for its turbocharged power and rally-inspired agility. It's a classic that's been around the block but still knows how to impress. On the other hand, Miyamoto's KTM Crossbow R is a sleek, lightweight wonder designed for track days, with sharp handling and a modern touch. Considering the track is Bruno, which favors precision and agility, I'd say the KTM Crossbow R might have a slight edge with its lightweight frame and nimbleness. But the Evo's raw power could shake things up if it gets the grip right. If I were placing a friendly wager, I'd probably go with the KTM for its finesse, but don't count out the Mitsubishi's turbocharged burst. It's going to be a fun race to watch. Hey there, Jordan. Welcome back to the chaos of our AI car races. Glad you could make it back for some high-speed fun. Buckle up, it's gonna be a wild ride. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Brno, and the modern slow cars class is kicking off with Bot London leading the pack in a classic 2011 Porsche 91197 GT RS. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold onto the lead, or if the new arrivals will make a move. London has shot off the line into the lead. Looks Ravenous is holding strong in second place, trying to keep up. Laura Beolab is in third, but expects some early battles to shake things up. Laura Beolab just snuck into second place, pushing Lux Ravenous down a spot. Lux Ravenous and Laura Beolab are nose to tail. Looks like a battle for second. Neo Texum is climbing fast, now in sixth, closing the gap. Lux Ravenous is making a move for the top spot. Neo Texum and Frankenballs are nose to nose for fifth. Toucan's Flora is climbing up to eighth and is now in a close fight with Bleach Map C for seventh. A Better Bloke is climbing to 8th place. Zimplamarcus has moved up to 13th. Sheriff the Kitten is now in 14th. Waifu Anna climbs to 14th place. Lady Gami advances to 16th place. Lady Gami and Sheriff the Kitten are nose to nose for 15th. Neo Texum is holding off Frankenballs for 5th place. Lady Gami and Sheriff the Kitten are still neck and neck for 15th. Kyroscope and Exclusivox are trading paint for 18th. Neo Texum just overtook someone to take 5th place. Simplamarkers is climbing up to 12th. Buffy Niniteen and Mergutsu are nose to nose for 20th. Simplamarcus just climbed one spot and is now in 11th place. Lady Gami and Sheriff the Kitten are nose to nose for 15. Usivigox and Akvathi are locked in a close fight for 17. Simplamarcus just overtook someone to take the 10th place. Swell placed AV and Simplamarcers are nose to nose for 10. Moodtuba and Swell placed V are also close for 11. Toucan's Flora is climbing up one spot to take 8th place. Abeta Bloke and Toucan's Flora are nose to nose fighting for 8. Defitzerts is also moving up one spot to 12. A Better Bloke is climbing to 8th place. Simplamarkers is also moving up to 9. Toucan's Flora and Simplamarkers are nose to tail for 9. Frankenbalz is gaining on Neo Texum, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Lady Gami climbs one spot to 14. Mutuba and Lady Gami are locked in a fierce fight for that same spot. Mutu is now in the 13th place, inching closer to Waifuan. Waifuane and Mutu are nose to nose for the 12th spot. Mirgutsu is climbing up to 20th place, making some moves. Laura Beolab and Pandin are nose to tail for 2nd place. Abeta Bloke is climbing up to 7th. Toucan's Flora is sneaking into the top 10. Mermudar is gaining on Laura Biolab, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Neotexum is inching closer to Mermudar, reducing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Abeta Block is climbing up the field, moving up one spot to take 6th place. Lady Gami and Wei Fuan are locked in a close fight for the 13th place. Kyroscope just gained 1 position and is now in 16th. Mu Tuba and Kyroscope are nose to nose for 16th. Lady Gami is now in 13th place, climbing 1 spot. Mu Tuba also moved up 1 spot into 16th. Looks like they're both making some progress. Frankenbuzz is driving a 2017 Lexus RCF. They're currently in 7th place and their lap time suggests they're struggling to keep up with the leaders. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Tukins Flora is climbing up to 8th place. Kyroscope is making the move to 16th. No overtakes yet, but the race is heating up. Abitoblok is driving a KTM Crossbow R and is currently in 7th place. Their fastest lap is over 2 seconds slower than the leader, so it looks like they're holding a decent position but not setting the pace. Simpler Markers is climbing up 1 spot to take 10th place. Defits and Simpler Markers are nose to tail for 10th. Lady Gami and Swell-placed AV are locked in a close fight for 12th. Congratulations to Lux Ravenous on winning the race at Brno. Clearly they know how to cross the finish line first. Well done. Wow, Lux Ravenous really pulled off an impressive win there. Congratulations on taking the top spot. Looks like all that practice paid off. Can't wait to see if they can defend their title in the next race. Alright, here's a fun fact for you about the Autodrome Most without the chicane. This track actually has a pretty interesting history, because it was originally built in the 1960s as a test circuit for the now defunct Czechoslovakian automotive industry. Over the years, it's transformed into a modern racing venue. But what's really cool is that it's known for its long straight sections, which make for some exciting high-speed racing. So, if you're looking for a place where the cars can stretch their legs a bit, this is definitely it. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make your move. The clock's ticking down, and we don't want anyone to miss out on their chance to race in style. Get those selections in before it's all over. Oh, this should be interesting. The McLaren P1 GTR is definitely a beast with its hybrid powertrain and sharp handling. But it's also quite aggressive, and might struggle a bit on a track like Autodrome Most without the chicane. The Mercedes Sterling Moss, on the other hand, is more of a classic Grand Tourer with solid stability and a bit more relaxed handling. I'm leaning towards the McLaren just because it's newer, faster and more high-tech, but don't count out the Mercedes just yet. It might surprise us with consistent pace and maybe even a sneaky win. So, I'd say the McLaren slightly has the upper hand, but this is one of those races where the driver's skill and the eye's luck could turn everything around. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Autodrome Most. No chicane track, and bot Adenut 44 is starting on pole in a vintage 1998 Lotus Tiga Esprit. That's quite the blast from the past to lead the hypercar field today. Adenut 44 has taken an early lead, with Le Kaiju right behind in second. JD Anburn is currently in third place, trying to keep up with the front runners. Scrooge Champ is climbing fast, now in fourth place. Imovias and Feskies are neck and neck for 8. Toadette and Meg Sporting Life are fighting hard for 11th. Yamobius just gained 1 spot, now in 8th place. Toadette is climbing 2 spots, now in 10th. Jordan and Toadette are neck and neck for 10th place. Husky Hog just sliced through the field to reach 18th place. JD Anburn and Lakaiju are nose to nose for 2nd. Some Board Boy and Laura Biolab are locked in a fierce fight for 6th. JD Anburn just sneaked into 2nd place. Toadette is climbing up to 9th, and it looks like Feskies and Toadette are neck and neck for that 9th spot. Feskies just overtook someone to climb into 9th place. Flanky Frankie is also moving up 1 spot to 14th. Elicitone 1095 and Flanky Frankie are nose to nose for the 13th spot. Looks like a close fight. Laura Biolab just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Broxworth and Laura Biolab are still neck and neck for 5th. Yamobius and Sunbird Bowie are battling hard for 7th. Jordan Jade is gaining on Toadette, closing the gap by just over a second. JT Wishman 33 is climbing 2 spots to reach 14. Jade Anburn is gaining on Adenut 44, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Laura Beolab and Scrooge Champ are nose to nose for 4th place. Flanky Frankie and Meg's Boring Life are locked in a close fight for 12th. Flanky Frankie is really having a rough time, dropping 10 places to 23. JD Anburn is gaining on Adenut 44, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Yachi Swishman 33 is climbing 2 spots to 12. Laura Biolab just overtook someone to climb to 4th place. Toda and Feskies are nose to nose for 9th. G Cheeseman 33 is closing in on Jordanchit, less than 2 seconds behind now. Yeti Anburn is really having a tough time dropping back to 13. Lakaiju just gained 1 spot to take 2nd. Laura Beoleb also moved up 1 to 3rd. Looks like those two are locked in a close fight for 2nd place. Wild Caven on it is on a tier, climbing 3 spots to 19. JD Anburn is dropping back, now 22. Figure 8 Sport is inching forward, now in 13. JT Swishman 33 is really having a tough time, dropping 8 places to 19. Elicitone 95 just gained 1 spot to 11. Figure 8 Sport also moved up 1 position to 12. Laura Biolab and the Kaiju are nose to nose for 2nd place. Elitsitone 1095 just snuck into the top 10. And Maya is climbing up to 14th, looking to make a move. Laura Biolab is climbing up to 2nd place. Figure 8 Sport is chipping away at Jordan's lead, now just 1.2 seconds behind. Wild Cavanona is making a move, now in the top 16. Mobius and Sunbird Boy are neck and neck for 6th place. Elitsitona 95 and Toadette are also fighting hard for 9. Yade Anburn is creeping closer to James Mayo, chipping away at the gap. Congratulations on winning the race. Looks like you really took the lead and left everyone in the dust. Well done. Wow! Adanut 44 really pulled off an impressive victory there. Great job! Looks like all those hours of sim racing paid off. Can't wait to see if they can keep this winning streak going. Well deserved. Here's a fun fact for you. Old Lime Rock Park is one of the shortest and most historic racetracks in the United States, but it's also known for its incredible speed and thrilling corners. In fact, the track is so compact that drivers can often see the entire lap from certain points, making it feel more like a high-speed playground than a traditional racecourse. It's a favorite among racers and fans alike because of how intense and close-knit the action always is here. Alright everyone, time's almost up. Make your final choices or forever hold your peace. Don't miss out on your chance to pick the ultimate race machine. Hey neighbor, great to see you back in the chat. Hope you've been doing well. Sit back and enjoy the crazy AI racing action we've got going on today. Alright, this is quite the vintage showdown. The Surtees TS19 was a pretty solid car for its time, known for its agility and sharp handling. On the other hand, the Wolf-Williams FW05 was a bit of a technological marvel in 1976, with some innovative features that could give it an edge. Considering Lime Rock Park is a short and twisty track, I'd bet on the car that handles tight corners better. The Surtees has that reputation for quick maneuvering, but the FU5 might surprise us with its balance and stability. Honestly, it's a close call, but I might lean slightly towards the Wolf-Williams FW05 for that extra stability. Who do you think will take the win? Alright, everyone. The race kicks off at Lime Rock Park, and leading the pack is the bot Buckybird in a classic 1976 Penske PC. That car's got some serious vintage flair, and looks ready to dominate the field from the very front. Let's see if it holds on to that pole position, or if chaos ensues. Buckybird has taken the lead right out of the gate. Jordanit is holding strong in second place. Pace CRR is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Pace CRR just overtook someone to grab second place. Gliding Penguin is closing in fast. Now just behind Pace CRR, looks like a tight duel for second place. Case Teflex is driving an Ensign N176 and is currently in 7th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Gliding Penguin and Pace CRR are nose to tail for second place. Laura Beolab and Jordanit are also locked in a close fight for fourth. Arayus Serial is climbing up, taking one spot to sit in 13th. Gliding Penguin is now in second place. Laura Beolab has climbed to third. Nibul 5. 699 has moved up to 8th. The race is heating up at the front. Jordanit is driving an Ensign N176 and is currently in 5th place. Looks like they're holding steady, but not making any major moves yet. Jourdain and Pace Car are nose to tail for 4th place. Official Classy Live and Keith Deflex are locked in a fierce fight for 6th. Naiba and Lemon Cult Games are trading paint for 9th. Jourdain is climbing to 4th place. Official Classy Live is making a move to 5th. Naiba is sneaking into 9th. Root-Free Boy Gaming Studios is racing a Shadow DM5B and is currently in 13th place. Their fastest lap is a 56.659, so they're not exactly setting the world on fire, but holding steady. Kesteflex is trying to squeeze past Pace CRR for 6th place. Super Siggy is closing in on Lemon Cult Games, both battling for 10th. Official Classy Live and Jourdain are still neck and neck for 4th. Official Classy Live is climbing up to 4th place. Kesteflex is now in 6th. Nibul 5689 has moved into 7th. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. Jourdain is driving an Enzyme N176 and is currently in 5th place. Their fastest lap is a 57.242. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the front runners. Nibul 5689 just snuck into 6th place. Kesteflex and Nibul 5689 are nose to nose for that spot. Root-Free Boy Gaming Studios is climbing, now in the 13th position. The F1 1976 cars are pretty evenly matched here, but the track's tight corners at Lime Rock are favoring drivers with better handling and finesse. The top positions are mostly close in lap times, so driver skill and car setup seem to be the main factors. Nibul 5689 is climbing up to 5th place. Naiba is also moving up, now in 8th. Pace CAR and Naibi are nose to tail for 8th. Lime Rock's tight corners seem to favor the quick lapers like Gliding Penguin and Nibble 5689, while the leaders are holding steady with consistent pace. Wow, Buckybird, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Congratulations to Buckybird for winning the race. That was an impressive display of driving skills. And a big shout out to Naibi for doing the most overtakes. You can now claim the 1976 Brabham BT 45. Nice work on those maneuvers. Here's a fun fact about the 1950 Ferrari 125. 1. This car was actually the one that helped Ferrari win their first Formula One World Championship. It was powered by a V12 engine that was renowned for its smoothness and power. Imagine racing with a machine that not only started a legacy but also set the tone for decades of Ferrari dominance in racing. Truly a legendary piece of automotive history. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown's almost up, so get those choices in before they race without you. Don't miss out on showing off your favorite wheels. Alright, this is quite the vintage showdown. The 1950 BRM Type 15 is a classic, but it's a bit behind the curve compared to the 1958 Lotus 12, which was quite innovative for its time. The Lotus 12 is known for better handling and slightly more modern engineering, even for its era. Given the track is Golden Port, which can favor nimbleness over raw power, I'd put my money on the Lotus 12. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. Maybe the old BRM will surprise us with a rare burst of wisdom. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Golden Port and look at that. Bot Shoot 'em Up is on pole. They're cruising in a classic 1954 Maserati 250F, so get ready for some vintage speed. Shoot 'em up is leading the race, holding a solid first place. Behind him, its Bumblebee is in second, trying to catch up. Flinchicott 21 is in third, hanging tight but looking for an opening. Jordanat is climbing fast to second place. It's Bumblebee and Jordanch are nose to nose for second. Mr. Rush is inching up to fifth. Jordanch and Shoot 'em Up are neck and neck for the lead. Stabbygail Killums just gained one spot and is now in sixth. Layum and Stabbygail Killums are battling hard for sixth place. Jordanjat just snatched the lead, climbing one spot to take first place. Cliffzone also moved up one spot to 8th. Cliffzone and Liam are nose to nose for 7th place, so expect some fireworks there. Flinchicott 21 is gaining on its Bumblebee, closing the gap by a second point too. Cliffzone has climbed one spot to 7th place. Emus Platinum has also moved up one spot to 9th. Naiba is climbing nicely to 10th place. Cthulhu Kacho is making a move to 15. Kacho and Princess Wildface are nose to nose for 14. Flanky Frankie just gained a spot and is now in 16th place. Nibul Fiv 689 and Flanky Frankie are nose to nose, battling for that same spot. Princess Wildface advances to 13th place. Cthulhu Kacho climbs to 14th place. Nibul 5 689 jumps, 2 spots to 15th place. Buchitsero is on a charge, overtaking 14 cars to grab 3rd place. It's Bumblebee and Buchitsero are nose to nose for 3rd position. Princess Wildface and Double are locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. Its Bumblebee is climbing to 3rd place. Mr. Roche is making a move to 4th. Stabbygail Killums is advancing to 6th. Princess Wildface is climbing to 11th place. Kubukachu is now 13th. Flanky Frankie has moved into 14th. Looks like the race is heating up. Teskis is on a roll, climbing through the field and now leading the race. Jordan Jit is right behind, giving a good chase. Looks like a close fight for the top spot. Its Bumblebee is dropping like a stone, now in 15th place. Jordan 8 is climbing steadily to take the lead. Shoot 'em Up is also making moves, now in 2nd. Looks like a tight battle for the top spots. Mr. Roche is holding a slight edge over Imdis Platinum, but with only one lap left, anything can happen. Mr. Roche's fastest lap is quicker, so he's got the pace. Imdis Platinum needs a miracle to overtake now. Hey there, Samuel Barberi, 86. Welcome back to the chaos. Glad you could join us for some high-speed AI car action. Hope you're ready to see which car will reign supreme today. Layum is climbing to 6th place. Naibe is now in 8th. Princess Wildface is closing in on Just Platinum, cutting the gap by over a second. Mr. Roche is driving a 1950 BRM, Type 15, currently in 3rd place. They set a fastest lap of just over 1 minute 21 seconds, so they're holding a solid pace but still chasing the leaders. Mr. Roche is climbing up to 3rd place. Flunky Frankie and Cthulhu Kachu are locked in a close fight for 12th. Naibe is driving a 1955 Gordini T32, a car known for its lightweight design and agility. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady with a quick lap of just under 21 seconds. Looks like they're keeping pace, but not quite challenging the leaders yet. Mr. Roche is hot on Shoot 'em Up's tail now, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Ujitsero is creeping up on Theskis, chipping away at that 1 second lead. Wow, Jourdain just took the top spot. Looks like someone was born to win. Congrats. Wow, congratulations to Jourdain for taking the top spot in the race. That was an impressive drive. And a big shout out to Naibe for their daring moves on the track. They can now claim the 1955 Gordini T32, which is a pretty sweet prize for those overtakes. Well done, everyone. Alright, here's a fun fact for you. The Circuito Internacional de Villarreal is known for its narrow and twisty layout, which makes it feel more like a mountain road than a racetrack. It's so tight that the cars almost need to hold their breath to fit through some of the corners. It's basically the perfect place for an adrenaline rush and a little bit of a chaos fest. Alright everyone, If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make a decision before the clock runs out. Get those choices in or forever hold your peace in the race. Let's see which machine will dominate the track. Wow. With such a solid record, Laura Biolub definitely seems like the safe bet. They've got plenty of experience under their belt, and a good chunk of wins. Aplatas is kind of like the mystery guest, so I'd say Laura Biolab has the edge in this one. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen, right? Let's see how this plays out. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Villa Real circuit, and leading the pack is the Ultralights class car, driven by TTV Samuel Barbary 86. It's a 2014 Norma M20 SC, starting strong from pole position. Let's see if it can hold that lead or if the others will catch up. Samuel Barberi 86 has taken the lead right at the start. The Criticalig is holding strong in second place. Nyalato Tep 988 is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Laura Beolab is driving a 2009 Yo Concept Funio 4 RC. They're holding 8th place, staying steady but not exactly breaking any record. Looks like a cautious race so far. Chasindashauer just nudged ahead of Rosegald Gaming for 16th place. Looks like they're about to turn this into a real showdown. Nibul 5, 689, is driving a 2014 Norma M20 FC, a car known for its speed and agility. They're currently in 10th place, so they're holding steady but not exactly dominating. Looks like a solid middle-of-the-pack performance so far. Nibul 5, 689 is really closing in on Ablaze, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Rosego Deming just moved up one spot to 16. The ultralights are dominating with all top spots, likely thanks to their agility on this tight circuit. The BTC cars seem to be struggling to keep up, probably due to less maneuverability on this track. Ablaze is driving a 2009 Yo Concept Funio 4R. C looks like they're holding steady in 9th place. No major moves yet. Rex Nisaro is driving a 2008 Volvo C30. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the WTC pack. No major moves yet. Ablaze just overtook someone to climb into 8th place. Laura Beolab is right behind, so this battle for 8th is about to get interesting. Lord Secretsby is driving a 2006 Alfa Romeo 156. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the WTC pack, not making any dramatic moves but not falling behind either. Telescope Beam is climbing up to 5th place. Laura Beolab is now in 9th. Looks like some steady progress. Samuel Barbary 86 is leading in a 2014 Norma M20 FC, a lightweight and agile prototype. Looks like they're comfortably in front, probably enjoying a smooth ride with no real threats behind. Telescope Beam Better, watch out, Naibe is creeping closer. Tugonet DTV is hot on Naibe's tail now. Rosegald Deming is driving a 28 Toyota Corolla and sitting in 17th place. Looks like they're just cruising along, probably waiting for some action to happen ahead. Telescope Beam is gaining on Yakiraman, closing the gap to just a second. The Kaiju is inching closer to Matthesaurus Rex, but still a bit behind. Laura Beolab is driving a 2009 Yo Concept Funio 4RC. They're currently in 8th place, just behind some other Funio. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Telescope Beam is gaining on Yakaraman, closing the gap by almost 3 seconds. Lord Secretsby and Velocitor 14 are neck and neck for 12th place. The Dreamkeeper is driving a 2008 Lada Priora da Toyota. Looks like their race is pretty rough with a lap time of nearly 2 minutes and 20 seconds, sitting in 11th place. Lord Secretsby is driving a 2006 Alfa Romeo 156. They're currently in the 13th place, a bit behind the WTC leaders. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Congratulations to Samuel Barbary 86 on winning the race. Looks like they were in a league of their own today. Wow, huge congratulations to Samuel Barbary 86 for taking the victory. You definitely earned that win. And a big shout out to Laura Biolab for winning the bet race. You can claim the 29 Yo Concept Funio 4RC Ultralights. Nice job on that bet. Azo Nibul 5689. Great work on the most overtakes today. You get to claim the 2014 Norma M 20 FC Ultralights. Looks like someone was really making moves out there. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. This race was pretty intense. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, because the tight turns and sharp corners require a car that can easily maneuver through the twists and turns without losing speed. A balance between acceleration and braking would be crucial to maintain control and keep the car stable at high speeds around the curvy sections. Overall, a car with precise steering and good cornering grip would have the advantage here, rather than raw top speed. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost done, so make sure your favorite machine is ready to race. Don't miss out on the chance to see which car will take the top spot. Well, with both drivers being pretty much a mystery, it's like choosing between two shadows in the night. Since they're both in the same Ferrari F430 Scuderia, the real race is going to be all about who's got the better instinct or maybe just luck on that track. I'd say it's a toss-up, but I'd probably lean towards the driver who looks the most confident, or maybe the one who's less likely to get distracted by a seagull or something. Let's see who surprises us. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Surfers Paradise and leading the pack is Bot Jail Gaming in a 2015 Porsche 911 Turbo S slow cars. Not today, it seems. Let's see if they can hold on to that pole position. Yates Selgamane has shot to the front, holding the lead. Yama Priest is right behind in second place. Naibe is currently in third, trying to keep up. The top three are already setting the pace. Edsos21 is charging through the field, now in 13th place, after overtaking 3 cars. King Malcolm X is climbing up to 10th place. Dyruk Official is making moves, now in 16th after passing 2 cars. Dyruk Official and Nibble Nibble 5689 are locked in a tight battle for 15th. Laura Biolab just overtook someone to take 4th place. Basnizar Tuo and Laura Biolab are nose to nose for that position. Katsuma Girl is climbing up to 6th place. Story Forge is climbing fast, now in 10th place. Stabigay Killams and Story Forge are nose to nose for 10th. Dyruk Official is gaining ground, now in 14th. Nibble Nibble 5689 is on the move, overtaking 3 cars to reach the 14th place. Story Forge has gained 1 spot, now sitting in 9th. Diroke Official and Nibble Nibble 5689 are locked in a close fight for 14th. Laura Beolab is slicing through the track, closing in on Naibi by a second and a half. Abigail Killams is climbing up to 10th place. Edsos 21 is making a move, jumping 2 spots to 11th. Spasic Switch is climbing to 13th place. Diroke Official is now 14th. Samuela Barbary 86 is making a move to 15th place, jumping 2 spots. Laura Beolab is gaining on Naibi, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. BU Art is climbing up to 6th place. King Malcolm X is catching K Zoomer Girl, closing the gap by 1 second. Laura Beolab is closing in on Naibi, cutting the gap by a full second. King Malcolm X is climbing up 1 spot to 7th place. Kana Girl and King Malcolm X are locked in a fierce duel for 7th. Bezanis Artfu is climbing to 4th place. BO Art is now 5th. King Malcolm X has moved into 6th. The race is heating up. Story Forge is climbing up to 8th place. Edzus 21 is making a move up to 9th. Nibul Nibul 5689 is also advancing to 10th. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. Diroke Official is climbing to 12th place. X-Basic Switch is closing in on Laura Beolab, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Tyler Drums 31 is moving up to 15th place. BU Art is climbing up to 4th place. King Malcolm X is also moving up to 5th. Xatsumer Girl is chipping away at Base Nazartwu, closing in by 1.6 seconds. BO Art is slicing through the field, closing in on Naibe by a second. Wolf of Echo is climbing up 1 spot to take the 17th position. Naibe is driving a Caterham R500, a lightweight and agile car known for its sharp handling. They're currently in 3rd place, close behind the leaders, and their fastest lap is just a bit slower than the top times. Looks like they're holding their own pretty well. King Malcolm X and Biowart are nose to nose for 4th place. Nibble Nibble 5689 just sneaked into the top 10. Abigail Killams is chipping away at Edsos 21's lead, closing the gap by almost 3 seconds. Wow! Jazel Gaming just took the win. Looks like someone was saving their best for last. Well done! Wow. JZL Gaming really pulled off an amazing victory. Congrats on winning the race. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Great job! Sure. Did you know that GT1 racing cars were so powerful and fast that they sometimes looked like they belonged in a superhero movie rather than a racetrack? They were built for endurance and speed, but had a bit of a wild side, which made watching them a real thrill. They basically took streetcar technology, cranked up the power, and said, "Let's see what you got." Alright everyone, hurry up and pick your favorite car before time runs out. We don't want to miss out on the chance to see which one dominates the race. Get those selections in now. Alright, this is a pretty interesting matchup. The Ferrari 288 GTO Evoluzione is an incredible classic with some serious racing pedigree, but it's a bit older and might struggle with the modern competition's technology. On the other hand, the Porsche 911 GT1 from 1996 is a beast built for endurance and speed with a more advanced design. In this race at Virginia International Grand East, I'd say the Porsche might have a slight edge because of its more modern engineering and likely superior handling on these curves. But don't count out the Ferrari. It's a legendary car, especially if it manages to find its rhythm. If I had to make a call, I'm leaning towards the Porsche taking it in the end, but this one could definitely surprise us. Let's see how it unfolds. Alright folks, the race is on at Virginia International Grand East, and leading the pack in GT1 is bot Josh in a vintage 1996 Porsche 911 GT1. It's like watching a classic movie but with fast cars. Josh has shot to the front as the race begins. Laura Beolab is holding second place, trying to keep up. Okinabaka is in third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Arlacoste is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 8th place. Laura Beolab and Josh are nose to nose at the front, fighting for the lead. Deluxe Combo is inching forward, grabbing the 3rd spot. It's Bumblebreeze making a move, climbing 3 spots to 15. Laura Beolab is holding onto the lead, moving up 1 to 1st. Everlasting Bot is also climbing, up 1 to 4th. Lil Sprout and Arlacoste are nose to tail for 8th place. Nibo 5 689 and Naibi are locked in a close fight for 11. It's Bumblebee and Sadomojijamis are battling hard for 14. Mr. Roche is climbing up to 5th place. Arlacoste is closing in on Rowdy Zerolf, cutting the gap by over a 2nd and a 3rd. The battle for 7th place is heating up with Arlacoste and Rowdy Zerolf nose to nose. Mr. Roche is gaining on Everlasting Bot, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Arlacoste has moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Arlacoste and Okinabaka are nose to nose fighting for 6th. Everlasting Bot is closing in on Deluxe Combo, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Arlacoste has moved up 1 spot to take 6th place. Rowdy Zerolf is also up 1 spot, now 7th. Everlasting Bot is climbing to 3rd place. Mr. Roche is now in 4th. Lil Sprout has moved up to 7th. Arlacoste is dropping like a stone, now in 17th place. Everlasting Bot is climbing steadily, now in 2nd. Josh and Everlasting Bot are nose to tail, fighting for that 2nd spot. Everlasting Bot is dropping back to 12th place. Josh is climbing up to 2nd. Mr. Roche is also moving up to 3rd. Everlasting Bot is dropping back to 23rd place. Its Bumblebee is climbing to 12th. Zademoji Jamis is moving up to 13. Zap Brandigan is closing in on Radizero Active Vixen, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Franquardi and Ray Nicky are locked in a fierce fight for 16th place. Franquardi just gained a spot, and is now in 16th place. Jungjan Stort Vu 102, and Rai Nicky are still neck and neck for 17. Everlasting Bot is closing in on Rob Swizzle, shrinking the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Dion Wolf is climbing up to 22nd place. Everlasting Bot is gaining on Rob Swizzle, closing the gap by over a second. Mr. Roche is now in second place. Deluxe Combo has also gained a spot and is in third. Josh Biosh and Deluxe Combo are nose to tail for third. Josh Biosh and Deluxe Combo are still neck and neck for third place. Lil Sprout is closing in on Josh Biosh, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Radioactive Vixen has gained 1 position and is now in 13th. Wow. Laura Biolab just took the top spot. Clearly they're the fastest thing on the track today. Well done. Wow. Congratulations to Laura Biolab for winning the race. That was a fantastic drive, clearly showing some serious skills behind the wheel even if it's AI. And a big shout out to Laura Biolab for setting the fastest lap too. Definitely earned that classic Porsche 911 T198. And well done to Nibble 5689 for winning the bet race. You're now the proud owner of a 1996 Porsche 911 GT1. Looks like some impressive cars are changing hands today. Who knew AI racing could be so rewarding? Well, here's a fun fact for you. The Grindelwald long track is so long that if you blinked, you might miss the entire race. I mean, these cars are tearing through the course like they're late for dinner. It's basically the marathon of racing tracks, but with more speed and less stretching. Alright everyone. The clock is ticking down like a bomb in a bad action movie. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make a move before the race starts without you. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI-powered vehicle will dominate the track. Hurry up, or you'll be stuck watching the sidelines. Alright, this is quite the matchup. On one side, we have Lemon Cult Games with a classic 1983 Porsche 911 SC. That car is known for its balance and handling, especially for a car that old. It's got that nostalgic charm and probably some tricks up its sleeve. On the other side, Yungen Store 202 is piloting a 1996 Mazda Miata, which is renowned for its lightweight agility and fun factor. It's also a crowd favorite for being quick and nimble. Given that Grindelwald Long is a long track, I'd say the Porsche's stability and power might give it an edge on the straights and longer stretches. The Miata, however, might excel in tight corners and quick turns thanks to its nimbleness. If the race is more about straight-line speed, I'd lean towards the Porsche. But if it's about cornering and quick maneuvering, the Miata could surprise us all. My bet? I think the Porsche might just edge out the victory here. But don't count out the little Miata charm. It's all about how the drivers handle those curves. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Grindelwald Long Track. Leading the pack from the very start is the bot Mirob Starks in a classic 1998 Toyota Am R2 GTS. Looks like that vintage is trying to show off its speed today. Stay tuned, this could get interesting. Mirob Starks has shot off the line to take the lead. Silhouette is holding strong in second place, and the Windstorm is hanging tight in third. Looks like a tight battle for the top spots already. Laura Biolab is making a charge, climbing 3 spots to reach 14. Rexnauer is gaining ground, moving 2 places up to second. Quiz 44 is also on the move, climbing 2 spots to take the 4th position. Celestia Linari is climbing to 5th place. Dan Knuggins is now 6th. Adenat 44 is sneaking into 8th. Looks like the race is heating up. Wolf of Echo just overtook someone to take the 8th place. Adenat 44 and Wolf of Echo are still battling for that position. The Yawart is climbing to the 10th spot. Laura Biolab is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to take 9th place. Dank Nuggins just gained 1 position to sit in 5th. Dank Nuggins and Quiz 44 are nose-to-tail fighting for 4th place. Owen Storm is now in 2nd place, closing the gap. Ati saving Juanen. Ikivan Dubing Tron. Out. Rex and Sarah and Owen Storm are nose-to-nose for 2nd. Dank Nuggins has climbed to 4th, making a move. Eh? Dank Nuggins and Rex Nizura are locked in a fierce fight for third place. Wolf of Aiko is climbing up to 7. Adanut 44 is closing the gap on BioWart, now only 1.4 seconds behind. Adanut 44 and BioWart are battling for 10th place. Celestia Linari is climbing nicely into 3rd place. Rex and Sirur and Dank Nuggins are still neck and neck for 4th. Wolf of Aiko is chipping away at Quiz 44, closing the gap by almost 3 seconds. Dank Nuggins is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Laura Beolab has also moved up 1 spot into 7. Dank Nuggins is right behind a windstorm now, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Laura Beolab is catching Quiz 44 fast, cutting it down by 140 seconds. BioArt just moved up 1 spot to take 9th place. Dank Nuggins has surged to 1st place. Rex and Sarah has climbed to 4th. Quiz 44 is now in 5th. The race is heating up. Celestia Linari is dropping back to 15th place. Arwen Storm is climbing to 2nd. Netherrope Starks and Arwen Storm are nose to nose for 2nd. Celestia Linari is on a roll, climbing 8 places now. Laura Beolab is closing in on Netherrope Starks, the gap shrinking fast. Quiz 44 just moved up 1 spot to sit in 5th. Celestia Linari is on a roll, climbing 5 places to take 3rd. Wolf of Aiko just gained 1 spot, now in 6th. BioArt is closing in on Quiz 44, cutting the gap by 2.7 seconds. Looks like a battle brewing. Netherrope Starks and Laura Beolab are now neck and neck for 3rd place. Netherrope Upstarks just edged ahead, but Laura Beolab isn't giving up that easily. The race for 3rd is heating up. Laura Beolab is climbing up to 3rd place. Wolf of Aiko is narrowing the gap to Netherrope Starks by 2 seconds. Zotsfight is gaining on Quiz 44, closing the distance by almost 3 seconds. Laura Beolab and a Windstorm are neck and neck for 2nd place. Lemon Cult Games and Adanut 44 are locked in a close fight for 12th. Iconic Odd is climbing up to 16. Wolf of Aiko is climbing to 4th place. Quiz 44 is also on the move, now in 6th. Rex and Sarah and Quiz 44 are nose to tail for 6th position. Lemon Cult Games is holding a solid lead over Jungenstort to 102, but with only 1 lap left, it's all about maintaining that pace. Jungenstort to 102 needs a miracle or a mistake from Lemon Cult Games to turn this around. Wow, Dank Nuggins took the top spot. Looks like all that practice paid off. Congrats on the win. Wow! Congratulations to Dank Nuggins on winning the race. That was a pretty impressive drive. And a big shout out to Laura Biolab for pulling off the most overtakes. You've earned yourself a 2014 Lotus Evora GX. Looks like someone's going to be cruising in style soon. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering stability. The Deutschlandring is known for its sharp turns and technical sections, so a car that can stick to the road and navigate through tight corners with precision would have the advantage. Speed is important, but if the car can't stay planted during those tricky curves, it won't perform well overall. So, a balanced setup that emphasizes agility and grip would be my top priority here. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking down. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time before the race officially kicks off. Don't miss out on the chance to see your favorite machine dominate the track. Wow, this is quite the throwback race. The 1967 Matra MS7 is known for its innovative design and lightweight build, which could give it an edge on the curves of Deutschlandring. But then again, the Ferrari 312 is a legendary racing machine with incredible power and grip. It's a tough call, but I'd say the Ferrari might have a slight advantage in raw speed, especially with that classic Ferrari handling. Still, don't count out the Matra's agility and clever engineering. Who do you think is going to take it? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the Deutschlandring and leading the pack is Bot Bleach Mepsi in the 1967 Cooper T81B. Looks like he's got the pole, so let's see if he can hold on to it, or if chaos ensues. Bleach Mepsi has shot off the line to take the lead. Axton Hits is holding strong in second place, and Bakamoning is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Bakamoning has just moved up to second place. Detoxins is also climbing, now in sixth place. DCK Bates Aerogerts and Detoxins are nose-to-nose fighting for sixth. Daisy Shans and Axton Hits are nose-to-tail fighting for third place. DTCAK Bates Aerogerts just gained one position and is now in sixth. Detoxins and DCKBC Agebitsiogirds are also locked in a close duel for sixth. Jamesness is holding off Detox by a car length for seventh place. In Body Notes and Laura Biolab are nose to tail for 10th. Rai Nikki is just ahead of In Body Notes for 11th. Betsmar is driving a McLaren M5A and is currently in the 16th place. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack without much progress so far. Mighty Chunk is climbing up to 18th place. Prodigy Place 58 is now 19th. Oscar Wolf has moved into 20th. The race is heating up behind the leaders. Laura Beolab just overtook someone to move into 9th place. Pace CRR and Laura Beolab are nose-to-nose for that spot. Hot Bolognese and Captain Trippy are locked in a close fight for 14th. Hot Bolognese just overtook someone to take the 14th place. Captain Trippy and Hot Bolognese are still nose-to-nose for that same spot. Mighty Chunk is climbing up to the 17th position. Pace CRR is driving the Eagle Mark 1T1G, starting in 10th place. Their race looks steady so far, but they haven't made any moves up or down yet. James Misk is driving a Lotus 49, currently in 8th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Detoxins is climbing to 6th place. DCK Paid Zerox and Detoxins are neck and neck for 6th. Laura Biolab and James Nisk are locked in a close fight for 8th. Detoxins and DCKB Zerogers are nose to tail for 6th place. James Misk and DCKB Zerogers are fighting hard for 7th. Laura Biolab and James Misk are locked in a close scrap for 8th. Detoxins and Silhouette are neck and neck for 5th place. James Misk and DCKB Seogirds are fighting hard for 7th. Laura Beolab and James Misk are also locked in a close duel for 8th. Detoxins is climbing to 5th place. James Misk is moving up to 7th. Betsma and Captain Trippy are neck and neck for 15th. Mighty Chunk is driving a Brabham B24, a car known for its agility and sharp handling. They're currently in the last place, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up with the pack. Botgamoning is driving a Cooper T81B, same as Bleachmap type. Looks like they're holding steady in second, just a few seconds behind the leader. No overtakes yet, but they're staying close. N-Body Notes and Pace. ARR are nose to tail for 10th place. Hot Bolognese just nudged up one spot to 12th. Dreletsko and Prodigy Place 58 are locked in a close fight for 19th. N-Body Notes is driving a Ferrari 312. They started in 13th and are now in 12th, so they've moved up one spot. Looks like a steady climb, but no fireworks yet. Rainicki just gained a spot, now in 12th. Mighty Chunk and Betsmar are nose to nose for 16th. Looks like a close one. Oscar Wolf is driving a Ferrari 312. They're currently in 19th place, so it looks like a tough race for them so far. Betsmar is driving a McLaren M5A and is currently in 15th place. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, probably waiting for a chance to overtake or be overtaken. Wow! Bleachmap C just took the win. Looks like they're the fastest on the track today. Well done. Wow! Bleachmap C took the win. Great job, you really left the competition in the dust. Looks like all those late-night racing practice paid off. Can't wait to see if you can keep up that speed for the next round. Alright, here's a fun fact about the GTE racing cars. Did you know that these cars are actually based on production models you and I could see on the street? Yeah, they are like high-performance versions of your everyday cars but with a little racing magic added. So next time you see a sleek GTE car tearing down the track, just remember it's a stunner that started out as something you could potentially own. Well, if you had a few $1,000,000 to spare. Hey everyone! The clock's ticking down, so make your pick before it's too late. Don't miss out on the chance to see your favorite AI car race to victory. Okay, so we have Violetta Mama in a shiny 2018 Ferrari 488 GTE and Salmon in a sleek 2017 Porsche 911 RSR. Both are fantastic cars, but the Ferrari has that legendary speed edge and a bit more modern tech. The Porsche is a fantastic driver's car, no doubt, but in a race like this, I'd put my money on the Ferrari zipping through those corners a tad faster. That being said, AI always loves to throw in surprises, so it could come down to the tiniest details. But if I had to pick, I'd say Violetta Mama in the Ferrari is most likely to take the win here. Sorry everyone, the race kicks off at the Interlomas track, and leading the pack from the start is Bot Akvathi in the GTE class, cruising in a 2016 Ford GT-LM. GT. Looks like a strong start. Let's see if they can hold that pole position. Akvathi has shot to the front, holding the lead. Lord Abiolab is right behind in second place, and Cherfikitten is holding on to third. Looks like a close battle already. Cherfikitten is climbing up to second place. Laura Biolab and Cherfikitten are nose-to-nose fighting for that second spot. Leyum and Kriksh galloped in a close duel for sixth. Leyum is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to take 4th place. Nyala Totep 988 is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 10th. Clearly Gaming and Nyalakapet 98 are nose to tail, fighting for 10th. Zaman Zamonin is climbing up to 5th place. Gary 710 is also moving up to 7th. Looks like they're both making some progress. Laura Biolab is really having a rough time, dropping back to 17. Leoyom is climbing up to 3rd place. Zanmun Zamon is also making moves up to 4th. Renog T4 is closing in on Daisy Kibizarogas fast, cutting the gap by over 7 seconds. Hot Bolognese just moved up 1 spot to take the 13th place. Ruki Miriki and Hot Bolognese are nose to tail for that 13th position. Cherfikitten has taken the lead, now in 1st place. Leoyum is gaining on Akvathi, closing the gap by 130 seconds. DCK Beitzerarts is driving a 2019 Ferrari 488 GT 4-port. They are currently in 12th place, a bit behind the leaders in the GT4 class. Their fastest lap is 1 minute 8.023 seconds, so they're holding steady but not exactly blazing the trail. Gary 17 is gaining on Violetta Mama, closing the gap by over a second. Hot Bolognese has moved up 1 spot into 12th. Laura Biolab is narrowing the distance to Papa KC by 1.5 seconds. Violetta Mama is driving a 2018 Ferrari 488 GTE and is currently in 5th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead yet. Gary 17 and Violetta Mama are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Laura Biolab is chipping away at Papa Casey's lead, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Liam is in 3rd place with a BMW M6 GT-LM, and they've set the fastest lap among GTE cars at 1 minute, 2 seconds and 292 milliseconds. Looks like they're pushing hard but still a bit behind the leaders. Cherfikitten is holding the lead with the fastest lap, so he's probably feeling pretty confident about wrapping this up. Kreshk is driving a 2016 BMW M6 GTL. They're currently in 8th place and seem to be holding steady, but they haven't shown much speed compared to the leaders. Apakatsi is racing a 2016 Maserati Gran Turismo MC. They're currently in the 18th place and seem to be struggling a bit with pace, sitting behind some faster cars. Wow, Kitten. You must have been practicing your speed while everyone else was taking a nap. Congrats on winning the race. Wow, Kitten, you really took that race by storm. Congratulations on winning. You must be feeling pretty proud right now. That was an impressive display of driving skill, even if it was all just AI magic. Great job and enjoy celebrating your victory. Sure thing. Did you know that the 1970 prototype racing cars were basically the daredevils of the track? They were built with innovative designs that often pushed the limits of what technology could do at the time. It's like early space exploration but on four wheels. These cars were constantly testing new materials and aerodynamics, kind of like the race car version of inventing the wheel all over again. It's no wonder they're still celebrated today as some of the most exciting and experimental machines in racing history. Hey there, Adam Get3. Welcome back to the chaos. Glad you could join us again for some high-speed fun. Hope you're ready to see some cars. Do things only AI can make look perfectly coordinated. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time before the countdown runs out. Don't miss your chance to see which one you'll be cheering for as they race to the finish. Oh, this is a classic battle of the Italian charm versus German engineering. The Ferrari 512S is known for its raw power and stunning looks, but the Porsche 917K has that legendary endurance racing pedigree and razor-sharp handling. Given the Poblaroval's twists and turns, I'd lean towards the Porsche for its impressive agility and stability around corners. But hey, with these vintage beasts, it might just come down to which driver makes the least mistakes. if they actually have control over these beasts. So my bet is on Grumpy Jeff and the Porsche 917K to maybe squeeze out a victory, but don't count out Shoot 'em Up and that fiery Ferrari. This one's definitely going to be a close call. Alright folks, the race kicked off at Pueblo Roval, and leading the pack on the front row is the TTV Atom GT3 in a 1971 Ferrari 512M. Looks like a classic battle ahead. James Mayo has taken an early lead, with Atom GT3 right behind in second place. Rumi Fist 13 is holding on to third, but expect some early action to shake things up. Rumi Fist 13 and Atom JT3 are nose to tail for second place. Rondon 69 and Ron Rampage are also locked in a close fight for fourth. Autumn Thunderbird is climbing 2 spots to sit in sixth. Rumia Fist 13 is now in second place, closing the gap to Rondon 69, just moved up to fourth, keeping the pressure on. Grumpy Jeff has gained 2 spots, now in 8th, and is eyeing that 7th place battle with Laura Biolab Doyle. Things are heating up in the mid-pack. Grumpy Jeff just overtook someone to take 7th place. Taylor's of Strili is also climbing up to 9th, and Shoot 'em Up is right behind in that tight battle for 9th. Rondon 69 and Atom GT3 are locked in a fierce fight for 3rd place. Shoot 'em Up just gained 1 spot and is now 9th. Taylors of Strili and Shoot 'em Up are nose to nose for 9th. Grumpy Jeff just gained 1 spot to sit in 6th place. Tales of Strili moved up 2 spots and is now in 8th. Prodigy Place 58 and Official Class Alive are nose to nose fighting for 16th. Lemon Coat Games is climbing up to 10th place. Prodigy Place 58 just moved into 16th. Looks like Official Classy Live and Prodigy Place 58 are neck and neck for 16th. Laura Beolab is climbing to 10th place. Elicitone 95 is closing in on Zachary TV, cutting the gap by over a second. Roger Bear 302 is making a move, jumping 2 spots to 26th. Adam K3 is holding on to 2nd place, but Rummy Fizz 13 is right behind him, ready to pounce. Lemon Coat Games and Laura Beolab are nose-to-nose for 10th. Official Class Alive and Prodigy Place 58 are also locked in a close fight for 16. Adam Keys climbing to 2nd place. Rundum 69 is now in 3rd. Ronnie Rampage is gaining on Rummy Fizz 13, closing the gap by over a second. Natisperry is closing in on Wolf's Light, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. They're battling for 20th place. S6 Switch is climbing up 1 spot to 26th. Xbasic Switch and Slip Slidey Gaming are fighting for 25th. Rampage and Rona Rampage are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Shoot 'em Up just snuck into 8th and Laura Beolab is right behind in 9th. Grampy is climbing to 5th place. Shoot 'em Up and Autumn Thunderbird are nose-to-nose for 7th. TPKPA and Lemon Cult Games are locked in a close fight for 11th. Shoot 'em Up is climbing to 7th place. Autumn Thunderbird and Shoot 'em Up are nose-to-nose for 7th. Tyler Drums 31 is closing in on TPPPA, closing the gap by over a second. Tyler Drums 31 and TPPPA are fighting for 12th. Tyler Drums 31 is climbing nicely to 11th place. Xbasic Switch is closing in on Zachary TV, chipping away at the gap by 2.1 seconds. Buchisero is making a move to 26th place. Some Board Bowie and Lemon Cult Games are locked in a tight fight for 13th place. Wolf's Light is climbing up to 19th. Smurf 20 is advancing to 28th. Wow, James Maya really took the checkered flag. Looks like all those laps paid off. Congrats on the win. Wow. James Mayo really took the checkered flag, huh? Big congratulations to you. Looks like all that virtual racing skill paid off. Can't wait to see if you can keep that winning streak going next round. Sure. Did you know the Magione short track is famous for its tight corners and sharp turns? It might be small, but it certainly packs a punch because drivers have to really show their skill to keep their speed up without crashing into the walls. It's like the track was designed just to remind everyone that size isn't everything in racing. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. Don't leave me hanging here watching these AI cars race without your input. Get those selections in before the clock runs out and you miss your chance to influence the chaos. Oh wow, these are two classic racing legends from the same era, but quite different in style. Just Panchaks with that Ferrari 312 B2 is like putting a sleek roaring lion on the track. It's a beauty that screams speed and agility. On the other hand, Let's Go with the Surtees TS9, while still a vintage gem, is more of a steady balanced competitor. Given the car's designs and characteristics, I'd say the Ferrari might have a slight edge in acceleration and agility, especially on a shorter track like Magione. But hey, vintage racing is unpredictable and full of surprises. Who knows, maybe the Surtees will surprise us with some old school cunning. My money's on Just Pancakes with the Ferrari, but I wouldn't be shocked if Let's Go gave it a run for the money. This race will be fun to watch. Alright everyone. The race is kicking off at Magiani short track, and leading the pack from the very start is Ba Yamcha Panda in a 1971. McLaren 19A looks like they're setting the pace right out of the gate. The race kicks off with Yam Chubby Panda taking the lead, followed closely by Senor Flip Flipone 100 in 2020 in second place, and Just Pancakes in third. Looks like a pancake stack at the front for now. Senor Flip Flipone 100 in 2020 is now in first place. Tangaducky TTV has climbed 2 spots to 4th. Matthewsaurus Rex has moved up 1 spot to 7th. Matthewsaurus Rex and Edsley are nose to nose for 6th. Edsley just climbed to 5th place. Lithocarp moved up to 10th. Nonstop 102 is now in 12th. Nonstop 2 and Vidazara are nose to nose for 11th. Tangaducky TTV is driving a Brabham BT 3-4, a car known for its lightweight and agility. They're currently in 5th place, holding a solid position but not quite challenging the top. Looks like a steady race so far. Lithocarp's Tiro 002 is in 9th place, so they're holding a decent position. Looks like they're sticking close but not quite challenging the top yet. Let's Go is dropping like a stone to 16th place. Budatsarora is hanging on at 17 after losing 6 spots. Dr. Felix is making a move, and is now in 7th. Lithocarp's Tiro 02 is currently in 9th place, with a fastest lap of 56.754 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging the top. Just Penchakis is comfortably in 3rd and looking steady. Let's Go is stuck way back in the pack, probably out of the running for the win. Not much hope for a comeback now. Senor Flip Flipona 100 in 2020 is leading comfortably and has the fastest lap, so he's in a strong position to take this win unless something unexpected happens. Yungdan Store Duon 2 is driving a Matra MS 120B. They're currently in 11th place and seem to be holding steady with a decent lap time, but no major moves yet. Yamchobi Panda is gaining ground on Senor Flip Flipone 100 in 2020, closing the gap to just over a second. Budatsaror is hot on Let's Go's tail, closing in by a little over a second as well. Cloudsurfer 69 is driving a Ferrari 312B2 and is currently in 8th place. Their fastest lap is just over half a second behind the leader, so they're holding steady but not making much progress. Aisley and Tangaducky TTV are neck and neck for 4th place. Their Let's Go is chopping down Abomzi's lead, now just 1.7 seconds behind. Aisley just snuck into 4th place. Let's Go is chipping away at Abomzi, closing the gap by a second and a half. Iam Chubby Panda is driving a 1971 McLaren M19, starting from the first position. They're currently in second place, holding a steady pace with the fastest lap of 0:51.943. Looks like they're trying to defend that top spot. Wow, Senor Flip Flop on Hunter in 2020, you really outpaced everyone. Nice job winning the race at Magione Short. Guess all those laps paid off. Wow! Congratulations, Senor Flip Hunter in 2020. You really showed those AI cars who's boss. That was an impressive win, I gotta say. Looks like all that virtual racing practice paid off. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Rouen Les Essais has a mix of tight corners and quick chicanes, so a car that can dart through the twists without losing much speed would be ideal. Acceleration also plays a role on some of the straights, but not as much as steering precision. Braking performance is crucial too, because the turns demand a lot of deceleration, so a well-balanced car that can brake late and turn sharp would give the best advantage here. Overall, a car that's nimble and responsive will shine on this track. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown's almost done, and we don't want anyone to miss out on the action. Hurry up and make your selection before it's too late. Well, with Atelier Artorias and a vintage Abarth 1600 TCR, we're looking at a car with a bit of racing pedigree and a sporty edge. Meanwhile, Wild Cavanoni, in that 1977, Opel Kadett C is more of a classic, definitely nostalgic, but maybe not as agile. Rouen Les Essais is a tricky circuit with plenty of twists and turns, so handling and agility are key. I'd give the edge to Autolia Artorias for having a more performance-oriented car even if it's a few years newer. But hey, in racing anything can happen, especially with AI drivers. My bet is on Autolia Artorias to take the win, but don't count Wild Caveman out just yet. Let's see if that old Opel can surprise us. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Rouen-Layassas, and leading the pack is the Group 3 car, Bach Raiders Vixen, cruising on pole position in a classic 1972 Ford Falcon. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold the top spot. Cloudy has shot off the line to lead the race. Radicero Vixen is holding second place, trying to keep up. Wout Cavanagh is in third, already showing some early ambition. Adam K3 is climbing up to fifth place. Autolia Artorias is right behind him, both battling for fourth. Stabby Gale Killens and its their Apper are locked in a close fight for 10th. Games 3 is climbing fast into third place, while Kevin Nonan and Adam JT3 are nose to tail fighting for that spot. Vanonet 1857 is sneaking up to 6th, inching closer to the top. Vanoing 1857 is climbing up to 5th place, while Cavanagh and Vanon, 1857, are nose to nose for 4th. Bunnies of Doom is making a charge, now in 13th. Autolia Artorias is climbing nicely to 5th place. Bunnies of Doom is making a move to 12th, but Zufik is right on their tail in that tight battle for 12th. Vanone 1857 has climbed to 5th place. Now Pinkwolf is also moving up to 6th place. Autolia Artorias and Emma Pinkwolf are now nose to nose for 6th. Adam KT3 is closing in on Radizro Activivixen, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Hot Bolognese is gaining on Autolia Artorias, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Abigail Killens is moving up one spot to take 9th place. Vanone 1857 just overtook someone to climb into 4th place. Wild Cavanona and Vanone 1857 are nose-to-tail fighting for that same spot. Mafia Mavi and Telescopeim are locked in a close duel for 14th. Bunnies of Doom is really stalking Cheryl mid-cirrhosis now, closing in fast. Mafia Mavi just sneaked into the 14th spot, climbing up one place. Bunnies of Doom is climbing up to 10th place. Mizir Upstarks is also making moves to 15th. Looks like the race is heating up. Vanoan 1857 is climbing up to 3rd place. Adam Chaya and 1857 are nose to tail for that same spot. Cheryl Matsuroses and Bunnies of Doom are locked in a close fight for 10th. Bunnies of Doom is almost on Abigail Killen's tail now. Its Thera pair is gaining on Cheryl Nizarosi's. Mafia Mavi is inching closer to Zufi. Autoliatorius is driving a 1970 Abarth 1600 TCR. They're currently in 3rd place, so they're holding a solid position, likely making some good moves. Hot Bolognese is driving a Mazda RX-3 GT from 1973. They're holding 8th place, so it looks like they're staying steady but not quite challenging for the top spots yet. Radioactiva Vixen and Cloudy are nose to tail for 1st place. It's Thera pair and Cheryl Minzirosis are swapping positions for 11th. Nitzerup Starks and Mafia Mavi are locked in a fierce fight for 14. Radizero Activa Vixen and Cloudy are nose to tail for the lead. Its Thera pair has gained a spot, and is now 11th. Nitzerup Starks is also climbing, now in 14th. Radizero Activa Vixen is now in 1st place. Vanona 1857 is gaining on Cloudy, the gap shrinking by 1.5 seconds. Autoliatorius is closing in on NR Pinkwolf, cutting the distance by 2.4 seconds. Mafia Mavi is climbing up to 13th place. Nitzerup Starks is right behind, both of them locked in a close fight. 2Ps and the podcast is sneaking into 15th place, inching closer to the top. The Group 3 cars are clearly faster and more competitive, dominating the top spots. The track favors these classic muscle and sports cars, allowing them to leverage their power and handling. The slower Group 1 cars are trailing behind, struggling to keep up. Vanona 1857 and Cloudy are nose to tail for 2nd place. Pinkwolf just gained a spot to 5th. Bunnies of Doom is climbing up to 9th. Wow, Cloudy just took the victory. Looks like someone's been practicing their winning smile. Well done. Wow, well done Ray Desero Vixen. You totally crushed it out there. Looks like all that practice paid off. Can't wait to see what you do next. Sure thing. Did you know that modern supercars in racing class can accelerate from 0 to 60 in just around 2 seconds? It's like strapping a rocket to your back, but somehow, they still manage to look stylish while doing it. It's almost unfair how quick they are. But hey, that's what makes watching these races so exciting. Alright everyone. The clock's ticking. If you want to see your favorite car hit the track, now's the moment to shout it out. Don't leave me hanging here. Let's make this race unforgettable. Hey there, deplorably Apple. Glad you could rejoin us. Hope you're ready for some AI car racing chaos. Buckle up. Well, we have Adam JT3 with a Spania GT Espano from 2010, which is quite the exotic choice with its high horsepower and sleek design. On the other hand, Tide61 is going with a classic Porsche 911 Turbo from 2007, known for its reliability and balanced handling. Given Mugello's mix of long straights and tricky curves, I think Adam's Spano might have an edge on the straightaways, thanks to its raw power. But the Porsche's agility and proven track record at tight corners could give Tide61 a fighting chance to take the lead in the twisty sections. Honestly, with cars this different, it's a toss-up. But I'd probably lean slightly toward the Spano for the overall win, unless the Porsche's driver manages to maximize its handling. It's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright everyone. The race is underway at Mugello, and leading the pack is Bota Arrofil, in a sleek 2020 Noble M500. He's starting on pole, and looking ready to take this one. Let's see if he can hold that lead. The race kicks off with the Arrofil leading the pack, followed closely by Circummingiate in second place and Famaka holding on to third. Looks like a tight start so far. Everlasting Bot is climbing fast, now in second place. Circummingiate is right behind, both battling for that second spot. Captain Trippy and Chozeng's Coast are locked in a close fight for fifth. Zachariah TV is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 25. Down Toquist is also gaining ground, overtaking 3 cars to sit 26. Chozeng's Coast is climbing steadily, moving up 1 spot to 4th place. Hikori Hamzam advances to 12th place. Rome Spider climbs to 14th place. Yasnin 96 and Juno Got the leads are locked in a fierce duel for 18th place. Yasnin 196 is climbing to 17th place. JD Anburn has moved up to 20th place. Unstabil is now in 22nd place. Famaka just snuck into 4th place. Captain Trippy is climbing up to 6th. Laura Biolab is making her way to 9th. Looks like everyone's on the move. Yanchabi Panda just nudged into the top 10. Hikori Hamzam and Adam Flash are nose to nose for 11. Niramuidara and Hikori Hamzam are locked in a fierce fight for 12. Famaka and Circummingiate are neck and neck for 3rd place. Jordan F and Captain Trippy are locked in a close fight for 6th. Hikori Hamzam and Adam Flash are battling it out for 11th. Hikori Hamzam is making a bold move, climbing 3 spots to 9th place. Chozeng's Coast is inching closer to the top, moving up 1 spot to 4th. Captain Trippy is also gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 5th. Jordan F is climbing up to 6th place. Nimoidar and Laura Biolab are nose to nose for 11. Adam Chi is advancing to 13. Adam Chi 3 and Ramudar are fighting for 12. Captain Trippy is now in 4th place. Jordan F has moved into 5th. Famaka is in 6th. Looks like everyone's climbing up the ladder. Laura Biolab and Hikori Hamzam are neck and neck for 9th place. Unstabil just gained a spot to take 25th. Magala Set and Unstabil are battling it out for 25th. Everlasting Bot is now in 1st place. Jordan F has moved up 2 spots to sit in 3rd. Famaka is closing in on Captain Trippy, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Ovidus is climbing up to 20 and is making a move. Up. Wild Kevin on it is also advancing, now at 23. Mr. Wolf J and Wild Cavanon are nose to nose for 23. Deplorably Apple is on a roll, climbing from behind to 14th place. Jordan F is making a steady push into second. Captain Trippy is inching closer to the top 5. Dairoke Official is climbing nicely to 6th place. Hikori Hamzam is also moving up to 7th. Closings Coast and Hikori Hamzam are nose to nose for 7th. Deplorable Apple is driving a 2010 Spania GT Espano, which is known for its sleek design and impressive speed. They just made a surprising jump to the lead with a blistering 2:10.569 lap. Looks like they're turning the race upside down. Adam Flash is driving a 2007 Porsche 91197 Turbo Doll. They're currently in the 13th place, struggling a bit with a fastest lap of nearly 17 seconds. Looks like a mid-pack race for them so far. Jordan F is now in first place. Deplorably Apple has moved up to 15. Looks like Mimir Mudar and Deplorably Apple are neck and neck for 14. Wow, Everlasting Bot just took the checkered flag. Looks like all those hours of practice paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Jordan F really pulled off an incredible feat, securing the Triple Crown, winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes all in one go. Talk about dominating the track. Congratulations to them, truly a masterclass in racing today. And a big shout out to Adam JT3. He's the proud new owner of a 2010 Spania GT Espano. That's a sleek modern street car, perfect for showing off or pulling some serious street cred. Well done, both of you. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Istanbul Park circuit, I'd go with the 1967 Nissan R380A2. It's a legendary Japanese racing machine that was built for speed and agility back in the day. Sure, the other cars have their quirks, but the R380A2 is known for its sharp handling and racing pedigree. Plus, it's probably the most modern and aerodynamic of the bunch, which might give it a slight edge on those demanding turns and long straights. But hey, in this lineup, expecting a clear winner is probably just wishful thinking. Hey everyone, the countdown is almost up, so if you haven't chosen your favorite car yet, now's the time to jump in. Don't miss your chance to root for the one you think will dominate the race. Get those picks in before it's too late. Wow! This is a classic showdown between vintage machines? Simplomachus with the 1973 ARC MF16 has a bit more modern edge, but the Chinook Mark II from 1966 might surprise us with its charm and possibly steadiness on those turns. It's almost like comparing a vintage leather jacket to a well-worn favorite from decades ago. Honestly, I'd lean slightly towards Simplomachus. The ARC MF16 has some more advanced tech behind it, which could give it the edge on Istanbul's tricky curves. But don't count out Bleachmep's Chinook. Sometimes the older, simpler design can glide through the corners smoother than you'd expect. So, I'd say it's a close call, but I'm placing my bets on Simplomachus to take the win, unless Bleachmepsy manages to channel some vintage magic. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Istanbul Park, and leading the pack is the vintage charm the vintage ultralights class brought today. The YTB Laura Biolab is driving a classic 1972 Lola T290 and has taken pole position. Let's see if that old school beauty can hold on to it. Laura Biolab has shot out in front, leading the pack. Simplomachus is holding strong in second, while Bleachmepsy is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle for the top spots already. Bufinin18 is climbing fast to second place. Someone is also gaining ground to take fourth, and it looks like Simplomachus and another racer are locked in a tight fight for third. Popcorn Slayer is climbing to fifth place. The battle for fourth is heating up between Popcorn Slayer and another racer. Adam K3 is advancing to seventh place. Popcorn Slayer is climbing up to third place. Someone just overtook to take fourth. Adam K3 and Bleachmepsy are nose to nose for sixth. Popcorn Slayer is climbing up to third place. Someone and Popcorn Slayer are nose to nose for that spot. Adam K3 is making a move, jumping 2 places to fifth. Popcorn Slayer is dropping back to 10th place. Someone just sneaked up 1 spot to claim third. Adam Key is climbing 1 spot to fourth. Funky Frankie is on the move, climbing up to 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. Adam K3 is closing in, cutting the gap by a full second. Red Panda Man 94 is making a charge, moving up 2 spots to sit in 6th. Loopcraft and Cobber are nose to tail for 15th place. Jackson DeBox and Rosaurus are also locked in a close fight for 17th. Simplimachus and Red Panda Manatee 4 are nose to tail for 6th place. HP Lootcraft is climbing to 15. Jackson DeBox is inching into 17th. Shattered Pixel is closing in on Simple Markers, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. They're battling hard for 7th place. Dongertson 3 is climbing up 1 spot to 12. Popcorn Slayer is gaining on Neotexum fast. Shattered Pixel and Simple Markers are neck and neck for 7th place. Dongertson 3 is closing in on Mississippi, cutting the gap by a couple of seconds. Bleach Maps and Adam JT3 are nose to nose for 4th place. Shattered Pixel and Simple Markers are locked in a close fight for 7th. Funky Frankie is climbing up 1 spot to 13th. HP Lootcraft is climbing up to 14th place. Rowdy Zerolf and HP Lootcraft are nose to nose for that same spot. Neotexum and Cobber are also in a close fight for 17th. Shattered Pixel is climbing to 7th place. Ken Fatig is closing in on Simple Markers, cutting the gap by a second and a half. HP Lootcraft is moving up to 13th. Red Panda Manatee 4 is climbing to 5th place. Shattered Pixel is closing in on Bleach Mipsy, cutting the gap by 2/5 seconds. Rowdy Zerolf is moving up to 14th place. Rowdy Zerolf and HP Lootcraft are locked in a fierce scrap for 13th place. Neotexum is chipping away at Jackson DeBox's lead, now just 1.7 seconds behind. Popcorn Slayer is on the hunt for Rosaurus, closing the gap by a solid 3.3 seconds. Popcorn Slayer is closing in on Rosaurus fast, cutting the gap by 5.4 seconds. Red Panda Manatee 4 just moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Rowdy Zerolf and HP Lootcraft are locked in a fierce fight for 13th. Red Panda Manatee 4 is climbing up to 3rd place. Adam K3 is right behind, now in 4th. Bleach Mepsi is closing in fast, shrinking the gap by a second and a half. HP Lootcraft just moved up to 12th place. Domnard Sonder 3 and HP Lootcraft are nose to nose for 12. Funky Frankie is closing in on Rowdy Zerolf, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Flanky Frankie and Rowdy Zerolf are fighting for 14. Donuts on 3 is climbing 2 spots to 11. Neotexum is gaining 1 spot to 16. Jaxindabox and Neotexum are neck and neck for the 16th position. Lootcraft and Chibi are nose to nose for 12th place. Popcorn Slayer is sneaking up on Cobber quickly, closing the gap by a second and a half. Wow, Laura Biolab just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the need for speed. Well done. Wow! What a fantastic performance from Laura Biolab. Congratulations on winning the race. You really showed those cars who's boss today. Can't wait to see if you can keep up that incredible streak. Great job! Sure thing. A fun fact about the all-random racing car class is that drivers never know what car they're going to get until right before the race. It's like speed dating but with cars. Imagine showing up for a race and suddenly being handed a tiny, speedy go-kart or a massive, lumbering monster truck. It keeps everyone on their toes and makes for some unpredictable and hilarious races. Alright everyone, grab your virtual steering wheels because the clock is ticking. Make your final picks before time runs out and let's see which AI cars will dominate the track. Don't miss your chance to cheer for your favorite. Wow, what a matchup! We've got a 28 Lotus Exige 240R going head-to-head with a 1923 Delage 2 LCV. That's like putting a modern race car next to a classic vintage masterpiece. The Lotus is probably going to have the edge in speed and handling because of its lighter weight and advanced engineering. The Delage is charming and historic, but let's be real, it's more about style and nostalgia than speed. So honestly, I think the Lotus is more likely to take the lead and finish first. But hey, you never know with AI racing. Sometimes the vintage charm pulls off surprises. Still, my money's on the Lotus to cross the finish line ahead. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Autodromo de Antioquia, and it looks like Bot Cirque Mingier is starting on pole with a classic 1998 Minardi E98 Minardi M. 190. Guess they're bringing some vintage speed to the modern AI chaos. Cirque Mingier has taken an early lead, with Deplorable close behind in second. Girl of Diamond is holding on to third but expect some shuffling soon. Laura Biolab is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to second place. Thomas Moran is also making moves, overtaking 3 cars to sit in 11. Deplorably Apple is having a rough time, dropping 12 places to 14. Laura Biolab is really pushing hard, closing in on Cirque Gamingate. Moo Tuba and Girl of Diamond are nose-to-nose for third place. Cloud Surfer 69 is making a move, climbing up to fifth. Peskis is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 8th place. Moo Tuba just gained 1 position to sit comfortably in third. Sukstakat also moved up 1 spot to 6th. Sukstakat and Cloud Surfer 69 are nose to tail, fighting for 5th place. Deplorably Apple is closing in on Silver Pika Gaming fast, cutting the gap by 5.5 seconds. Sukstakat is climbing up to 5th place, leaving someone behind. Deplorably Apple is charging hard, closing in on Silver Bee Gaming with a 10.5-second gap. Laura Beolab is making a move on Circa Mingate, cutting the distance by 2.7 seconds. Zooksterkat is creeping up on Girl of Diamond, reducing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Deplorably Apple is closing in on Silver Bee Gaming, chipping away at the gap by 9.5 seconds. Laura Beolab has just overtaken someone to take the lead. Circa Mingate and Laura Beolab are nose to nose for the top spot. Zooksterkat is gaining on Girl of Diamond, closing the gap by over a second and a half. Peskies is hot on Zooksterkat's tail, closing in by 2.4 seconds. Taknasty is inching closer to Cloudsurfer 69, narrowing the gap by 140 seconds. Deplorably Apple is closing in on Silver Bee Gaming fast, just 7.7 seconds behind now. Peskies has climbed 2 spots to take 4th place. Taknasty has moved up 1 spot to 7th. Deplorably Apple is gaining fast on Silver Bee Gaming, closing the gap by 5 seconds. Peskies is inching closer to MooTube, chipping away 3 seconds. Mynamaistat F21 just sneaked into the top 10, moving up 1 spot. Peskies is climbing to 3rd place. Zooksterkat is also moving up, now in 5th. Girl of Diamond and Zooksterkat are nose to nose for 5th. Peskies is rapidly catching Circa Mingate, closing the gap by almost 9 seconds. Taknasty is inching closer to Girl of Diamond, just over a second behind. Deplorably Apple is making a move on Etherplasm, closing in by 3.5 seconds. Wow, look at that! Laura Beolab just took the top spot. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Wow. What a fantastic win for Laura Beolab. Congratulations on taking the top spot. You really drove that car like a champion. And with the fastest lap, you get to claim this sleek 2022 Alpine, a 522 from F1 2022. Nice work landing that prize. Looks like someone's getting a fancy new ride today. Alright, here's a fun fact for you. The British Touring Car Championship cars are so powerful that they can accelerate from 0 to 60 in just around 3 seconds. That's faster than some sports cars on the road. It's like watching a bunch of street racers on a really serious budget. And the best part? Despite all that speed, they make it look almost effortless around tight corners because of their advanced aerodynamics. Pretty impressive, right? Alright folks, the clock is ticking. Make your final pick and get ready to see these AI cars battle it out. Don't miss your chance to root for your favorite machine before it's too late. Alright? So we're watching a classic versus a sporty little number. The 1991 Vauxhall Cavalier is probably going to have some nostalgic charm, but it might be a bit outmatched in the cornering department compared to that sleek Alfa Romeo 156 GTA. The Alfa is known for its agility and handling, which should give it an edge on the twists and turns of Apricot Hill. Cliftzone's Vauxhall is likely to rely on its straight-line speed, but the Alfa's finesse should help it stay ahead through the curves. Honestly, I think the Alfa Romeo might just pull ahead and take the lead, but hey, we've seen some surprises before. We'll see if that Cavalier can buck the odds and turn this into an upset. Alright everyone. The race is underway at Apricot Hill and TTV Deplorablipo has snagged pole position in a classic 1997 Volvo S40. This is gonna be interesting to watch. Deplorablipo is leading the pack, followed closely by Sir Pro 3 in second place. Neotexum is holding on to third for now. The race is off to a promising start. Famaka and Neotexum are nose-to-nose for third place. Matrixco just gained a spot and is now in fifth. Famaka and Matrixco are also close for fourth. Buckyboard advances to fifth place. Jagishat and Cliffzone are locked in a close fight for ninth. Ablaza climbs to 16th. Unstable and Laura Biolab are nose to tail for 13th place. Ablaze is inching up one spot to 15. Just Jeanette and Ablaze are locked in a fierce duel for 15. Neotexum is climbing up to second place. Sir Pro 3 and Neotexum are nose to nose for second. Basho Grand and Gravy Graves are locked in a fierce fight for 7th. Alex Hasnabrain is on a roll, climbing 8 places to 21st. Ablaizia is inching forward to 15. Hot Bolognese is also making progress, now in 19th. Husky Hog just nudged ahead to take 24th place. Eldrino and Husky Hog are still nose to nose for that same spot. GC Productions and Lithocarp are trading punches for 26th. Buckybird advances to 4th place. Famaka and Buckybird are neck and neck for 4th. Baksho Grand climbs to 7th. GC Productions is climbing to 25th place. Awildraino and JC Productions are nose to nose for 25th. Dr. Monkey 13 is inching up to 27. Chmagishat and Cliffzone are locked in a close fight for 9th place. Unstabil has gained one spot and is now in 13. Holocaust and Unstabil are also battling it out for the 13th position. Matrixco is climbing up to 5th place. Famaka and Matrixco are nose to nose for 5th. JC Productions is advancing to 25th. Basho Grande and Famaka are nose to tail for 6th place. Rome Spider and Justaniti are locked in a close fight for 16th. Daisy Shines is climbing up to 19th, one spot at a time. Dr. Monkey 13 is climbing to 26th place. Lithocarp is also moving up to 27th. Looks like they're both making some progress. Basho Grande and Famaka are nose to nose for 6th place. Cliffzone and Gravy Graves are also locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Bacho Grande is climbing up to 6th place. Cliffzone and Gravy Graves are nose to nose for 8th. Just Shanat is closing in on Ablaze, closing the gap by a 2nd and a 3rd. They're battling for 15. H2 Hove is really dropping back now, down to the 29th spot. Gravy Graves and Famaka are neck and neck for 7th place. Unstabil and Josh Bjosha fighting hard for 12th. Ashtoe is making a mockery of the field, climbing up to first place after overtaking 28 cars. Deplorable. And H2 Hove are nose to nose for the lead. Looks like a showdown is brewing. Josh Bjosh and Unstabil are locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. No room for error there. Wow, deplorably really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. I guess the competition was just a warm-up for you. Wow, deplorably Apple really snatched that victory, didn't they? Congrats on the win and the fastest lap. That 1997 Volvo S40 is truly a classic. And Lord Biolab, you've earned yourself a prize too with the most overtakes, claiming that sleek 1998 Alfa Romeo 156 GTA. Nice work, everyone. For this track I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Cadwell Park GP is a twisty technical circuit that demands precise steering and quick responsiveness. Power is great, but if your car can't handle all the sharp corners and elevation changes, you're going to struggle to keep your speed where it counts. A car that can stick to the road and change directions swiftly will have the advantage here, especially in those tight, challenging sections. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make that choice. The countdown is ticking down faster than a race car on a straightaway. Get those selections in before it's too late. Or you might end up with a car you didn't fancy. Alright, this is quite the throwback showdown. Evolution 954 is racing a 2010 Global GT Lightout. That car probably has some modern bits, but it's still been around for over a decade. Madjakoblech with the 2003 Palmer Jaguar JP1 is even more vintage, so it's got that classic charm. Given the track at Cadwell Park GP, which is tight and twisty, I'd say the driver's skill and car agility will be key. The Global GT Light has a slight edge in modern tech, and likely better handling. But the Palmer Jaguar with its raw vintage attitude might surprise us if it's set up just right. If I had to pick who might win, I'd put my chips on Evolution 954's Global GT Light. It's newer, potentially more agile, and just might handle those bends a little better. But honestly, with AI driving, anything can happen. I'm just here for the entertainment. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Cadwell Park, GP, and leading the pack is the Ultralights class, with Bot Evolutione. 154 on pole. That driver's behind the wheel of a classic 2010 Global GT Light. Let's see if they can hold on to that position, or if the others will give them a run for their money. Maria Koblai has shot off the line into the lead. Evolution 954 is holding strong in second place. Anarchizix is currently in third, but the pack is closing in. Cadwell Park's tight corners and elevation changes are favoring the ultralights, giving them an edge in agility. The WTC cars are struggling to keep up in the twisty sections. ICE is charging up the field and just overtook 7 cars to take the lead. Maria Koblai is right behind, and they are nose to tail in a fierce fight for first place. Maria Koblai just took the lead, claiming first place. Evolution 954 is hot on his tail in second. Anarchizix is climbing up to third. He looks like a tight battle at the front. ICE is dropping back to 12th place. Laura Biolab is climbing to third. Anarchizix and Laura Biolab are nose to nose for third place. Anarchizix just moved up to third place. Now, battling fiercely with Evolution 954 for second. This race is heating up nicely. Laura Biolab just overtook someone to climb into third place. Anarchizix and Laura Biolab are nose to nose for that third spot. King Malcolm Merrickx is closing in on Jordan F, cutting the gap by over a second. ICE is driving a Peugeot 407, which is known for its comfort and decent handling. Looks like ICE is holding steady in 7th place, not making any dramatic moves but staying in the mix. Tyler and Anarchizix are neck and neck for 4th place. ICE is creeping up on Frankenballs, chopping almost 2 seconds off that gap. By Olway. Laura Biolab is closing in on Evolution 954, cutting the gap down by 1 second. Frankenbuzz and King Malcolm Merrickx are nose to nose for the 10th place. Maria Koblai is holding a slim lead, but Evolution 954 is right behind, ready to pounce. Looks like a close finish is on the cards. The tight corners at Cadwell Park are really shaking up the order, favoring the nimble ultralights over the heavier WTC cars. Jordan F is racing a 2007 BMW 320. They're currently in the 8th place, just behind the leaders in the WTC class, but their lap time is close to the top, so they might be catching up. Tyler is really making a statement by dropping back to 11th place. Lazy Towner is climbing up to 5th, probably enjoying the view from behind. Yester 133,796 is also on the rise, now in 6th, maybe eyeing that top 5. Lazy Towner is driving a 2009 Yo Concept Uni 4 RC, starting 16th. They're currently in 6th place, which is a solid climb. Their fastest lap is 140.427. So they're pushing pretty well. Lazy Towner is gaining on Anarchisics, closing the gap to just over a second. Tyler is really closing in on Frankenballs, now just a few seconds behind. Cadwell Park's tight corners and elevation changes are really shaking up the order. Ultralights are showing strong agility while WTCC cars struggle a bit with stability. Congratulations, Jacob Leish. Looks like you took the checkered flag with style. Who knew you had it in you? Wow, fantastic job, Majako Bleich. Congratulations on winning that race, you clearly had the fastest edge. Well done! And a big shout out to Laura B. Lab for snagging the fastest lap. You've earned yourself a 29.9 Yo Concept Funio 4 RC. A perfect choice for those ultralight adventures. Claim your prize and enjoy the ride. Alright, here's a fun fact about the F11 cars from 1975. Back then, safety wasn't exactly a top priority, so these cars had some pretty wild designs. For instance, the cars didn't have seatbelts because engineers believed drivers needed to be able to escape quickly in a crash. Can you imagine that now? Drivers just hoped for the best and held on tight. Alright everyone, the countdown is nearly up, so if you want your favorite car to race, now's the time to shout it out. Don't leave me hanging here. We need those last minute picks before it's too late. Oh, this is an interesting matchup for sure. The Penske PC1 is known for its sharp handling and classic racing pedigree, but the Shadow DN5 has a reputation for being a little more unpredictable and aggressive. Mario Track is all about tight corners and quick accelerations, so I'd say the driver's skill combined with how the car handles those twists will really determine who comes out ahead. Given the specs and the history, I'd probably lean slightly towards Frogsworth and the Penske, but don't count out Imus Gordon and the Shadow. It might come down to who makes the least mistakes on those tricky chicane sections. This is a race where both cars could shine or stumble, depending on the luck and timing. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Mario Track. And on pole we have Bot Kieson Music cruising in a classic 1975 Hill GH1. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the pack. Laura Beolab has shot out in front, holding the lead. Kieson Music is right behind in second, trying to catch up. Mission Man is in third, hanging tight and looking for an opening. Kieson Music just overtook to take the lead. Yunus Gottlieds and Mission Man are nose to nose for third. Bleach Map C is climbing up to sixth. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 11. Laura Beolab is holding on to the lead, moving up 1 spot to first. Yunus Gottlieds is not backing down, advancing 2 spots to second. Givenserogai is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 12th place. Frogsworth is gaining ground, moving up 2 places to 10th. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is closing in fast, chopping down 2.6 seconds on Frogsworth's tail. Unconny Buddy is on a roll, climbing to 4th place after overtaking 3 cars. Frogsworth is making a move, now in 6th after passing 4. Zachariah TV is on a charge, now in 7th after overtaking 6 cars. Frogsworth is climbing to 5th place. Zachariah TV is now 6th. Canadian dinner Sanjiv Duenanigo at How. Adventis Samagor Silver Steve. Evensero guy is sneaking into 7th. Looks like the pack is tightening up. Imus Gordon is on a roll, climbing to 9th place, overtaking 4 cars. Buckyboard is making a move to 11th, overtaking 3 cars. Ruth Freeboy Gaming Studios is also on the rise, taking 12th place, after passing 3 cars. Eunice Gota Leads just snatched the lead, climbing 1 spot to take 1st place. Sakurai TV is also on the move, moving up 1 spot to 5th. Ruth Freeboy Gaming Studios is making a late push, moving up 1 spot to 11th. Schmerzenave is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 6th place. Bleach Mepsi is having a rough time, dropping 7 positions to 10th. Uncanny Buddy is inching forward to 3rd place, just 1 spot ahead. Waifuane climbs to 6th place. Imus Gordon moves into 7th. Bleach Maps makes a 2-position jump to 8th. Schmerzen Live is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 8th place. Waifuane is inching closer, now in 5th. Kisuna Music is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 10th. Uncanny Buddy is climbing to 2nd place. Sakurai TV is also moving up to 3rd. Imus Gordon is chipping away at Frogsworth, closing the gap by over 3 seconds. Waifuane is closing in on Frogsworth, cutting the gap by 12 seconds. Buckyboard is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to reach the 10th spot. Frogsworth is climbing up to 4th place, gaining 2 positions. Imus Gordon is climbing to 6th place. Schmerzen Live is now in 9th place. Wow, Junas Gota Leads really took the lead and crossed the finish line first. Nice job showing everyone how it's done. Wow. Junas Gota Leads really took the lead and held on to it. Great job. That was a dominant performance. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. A fun fact about the LMP3 racing car class is that these cars are designed to be more affordable and accessible for teams and drivers compared to their more high-tech siblings. They're like the entry-level superheroes of endurance racing, proving that you don't need a spaceship to have a blast on the track. Alright folks, you better pick your car quick before the timer runs out. We don't want any sneaky late entries causing chaos on the track. Choose wisely or let the AI take over your destiny. Alright folks. This is quite the matchup. Nonstop Starks is behind the wheel of that sleek 2017 Norma M30, which is known for its agility and modern tech. On the other side, Kisona Music is in a 2011 Zytek Z11SN, a car that's a bit older but has been a solid performer over the years. Given the specs, I'd say Nonstop Starks has the edge in terms of a more recent design and potentially better handling. But don't count out Kisona Music. Sometimes the older models have a certain advantage in reliability and race experience. My money's on Nonstop Starks, but I wouldn't be shocked if Kisona Music pulled off a surprise. Let's see how this plays out on Deep Forest Raceway. Alright folks, the race is underway at Deep Forest Raceway. And leading the pack from the start is the Bota Blaze in the 2017 Norma M30. They're setting the pace, but with this track, anything can happen. Stay tuned. U20 Plays has shot off the line into the lead. Ablaze is holding strong second, and Emerald Tig 3988 is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Ablaze and U20 Plays are neck and neck at the front. Bamaka and Emerald Tig 3988 are locked in a close fight for third. Amin-san and Jian Prime are battling hard for 8th place. Indus Platinum is on a charge, climbing to 2nd place after overtaking 3 cars. Kiso Music is also on the move, grabbing the 4th spot with 3 quick passes. Amin-san is making a push, moving up to 6th after overtaking 3 cars. Am Serobst is making a move up to 6th place. Aminzan and Mirup Starks are nose to nose for that spot. Yaboy Rwanda is climbing to 10th place. LMP3 cars are dominating the top positions, showing their speed and consistency on this track. TCRs are lagging behind, likely struggling with the track's demands or car performance. Amin Sons is driving a 2018 BMW M220 IADAC. They are currently in 8th place, so they're holding steady, but not quite challenging the leaders. Emerald Take 3 or 988 is gaining fast on Zero Time Live, closing the gap by 5 seconds. Kisun Music just moved up to 3rd place. Mid-Zero Stocks is inching closer to Famaka, narrowing the distance by a little over a second. Indus Platinum is currently in 2nd place, with the Ligia JSP3. They just set the fastest lap of the race so far, so they're pushing hard. Looks like they're closing in on the leader. Cloud Surfer 69 and Yabaru Wanda are nose to tail for 10th place. Ario Serial is gaining fast, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Famaka is climbing to 4th place. Mid-Zero Starks is now in 5th. Senna Savage has edged into 8th. The race is heating up. He's pushing hard and trying to catch a Blaze, but he's got a lot of ground to make up. EU20 Plays is dropping like a stone to 13th place. Senna Savage is climbing up to 7th. Jian and Prime is sneaking into 8th. Arayu Serial is driving a 2012 Ford Focus RS. They're holding the 11th spot, staying pretty steady but not making much progress. Arayu Serial is driving a 2012 Ford Focus RS. They're holding the 11th spot, staying steady but not making much noise. Yabuy Rwanda just nudged into 8th place. GM Prime and Yabuy Rwanda are nose to nose for that spot. U20 Plays is chipping away at Zero Time Live's lead, closing in by almost 2 seconds. Arayu Serial is driving a 2012 Ford Focus RS. They're currently in the 12th spot, battling for position with a decent lap time, but still trying to make moves forward. Congratulations to Abalaze for winning the race. Looks like they really took the checkered flag with style. Well done. Wow, Abdulaziz really pulled off an incredible win. Congratulations to them for taking home the victory. That was some seriously impressive driving. Now let's see if they can keep up that momentum in the next race. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Baskerville is known for its tight corners and quick turns, so a car that can stick to the road and maneuver easily would have the advantage. Top speed is less important here than being able to zip through those corners smoothly without losing grip. A car with good steering response and balance would be my top choice to conquer this track. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now is your last chance. The countdown is almost up, and we don't want anyone to miss out on the fun. Get those selections in before it's too late. Well, this is quite the vintage showdown. The Eagle Mark V is known for its sleek design and smooth handling, while the Surtees TS5, being a Formula 2 car from the same era, probably has a bit more agility and speed on tight corners. If I had to pick a winner, I'd lean toward the Surtees just because its racing pedigree might give it an edge on Baskerville's twisty bits. But the Eagle could surprise us with some old-school charm and finesse. It's going to be a close one for sure. Who do you all think is going to come out on top? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Baskerville and leading the pack is the Formula 5000 car, Jordange Detour. It's a classic 1968 Lola T190, starting at the very front. Let's see if it can hold on to that pole, or if the others will catch up. Bunny's Off Doom has shot off the line to take the lead. Jordange is right behind in second, and Abomzi is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Tugonit DTV is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 13. Its Sir just nudged into third. Anonymous Ninity 3 also gained 1 spot, now 5th. Tugonit DTV is now in 12th place, climbing 1 spot. Red Panda Manatee 4 has also gained 1 position, settling into 15th. Abomzi is climbing up to 3rd place. Tugonit DTV and Dre 192 Bucks are neck and neck for 11. Ablaze and Billige are locked in a close fight for 13. Tugonit DTV is now in 11th place, climbing up 1 spot. Ablaze is also moving up 1 spot into 13. Billy and Ablaze are nose to tail fighting for the 13th position. Looks Ravenous is climbing up to 6th place. Billy is also moving up to 13th place. Ablaze and Billige are nose to nose for the 13th spot. Radizera Activevixen is driving a 1968 Eagle Mark V Dortal. They're currently in 10th place, and seem to be holding steady without any major moves so far. Lux Revenus is driving a 1968 Surtees TS5. They're currently in 7th place and have a decent lap time, but they're not quite catching the leaders yet. Laura Biolab is racing a Lola T1 1968 Date 1968. They're currently in the 17th place, just holding on with a lap time close to others, but not quite catching the leaders. Its Soror is holding a slight lead over Caffeinated Car, but Caffeinated Car is closing in fast. Looks like a tight finish coming up. Lux Ravenous is driving a 1968 Surtees TS5 and is currently in 6th place. Their fastest lap is a 13.617, which suggests they are holding a decent pace but still behind the leaders. Radizero Activi Vixen is driving a 1968 Eagle Mark V DeTi. Their race seems steady but not quite as quick as some others, sitting in 10th place. Lux Ravenous is driving a 1968 Surtees TS5. They're currently in 7th place and have the 3rd fastest lap time, so they're pushing hard but still a bit behind the leaders. Anonymous Ninity 3 is climbing up to 4th place. Radizero Activa Vixen is now in 10th. Looks like Anonymous Ninity 3 is on the move, while Radizero Activa Vixen is making a late push. Laura Beolab is driving a Lola T190, a classic choice in this race. Their race seems to be a bit of a struggle. Currently in the 17th place, and with the slowest, fastest lap among the top drivers. Red Panda Manatee 4 is driving the McKee Mark 12, starting from the 16th position. They are currently in the 16th place, just ahead of Lola T190 drivers. Looks like a steady climb, but still a long way to go. Well, look at that. Bunnies off Doom just proved they're the fastest hopper around. Clearly, no one can outrun their bunny fury. Well done. Wow. Bunnies of Doom really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations, you earned that shiny trophy. I guess all those rabbit hops paid off. Can't wait to see if you can keep hopping ahead in the next race. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 2020 Chevrolet Corvette C8R has a good shot. It's the most recent model and probably benefits from the latest technology and aerodynamics. The Bathurst circuit is all about power and handling, and the C8R combines both quite well. The Ferrari 488 GTS and the BMW M8 GTE are strong contenders too. But I think the Corvette has the edge in this hypothetical race. Of course, I'd love to see the Porsche or Toyota throw in some surprises, but I'm betting on the C8R to cross the finish line first in this lineup. Alright everyone, time is running out. Make your pick quick or you might end up with the car nobody wants to race with. Hurry up and choose your champion before the timer runs out. Well, this is quite the matchup. We've got Chris Wachingio with a sleek 2020 Corvette C8. Raid choice and probably very agile around Bathurst's tricky corners. On the other hand, Deplorableeple has a 2015 Ferrari 488 GTE, which is definitely a high-performance machine but a bit older. Considering the Corvette's modern design and technological edge, I'd give it a slight advantage in handling and speed. But don't forget, the Ferrari's reputation for being a quick and nimble race car could shake things up. Honestly, this race is going to be a close call, but I'd put my chips on Chris Wachingio for edging out a win, thanks to that recent model upgrade and a good mix of power and control. It's going to be fun to watch. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Bathurst, and leading the pack in the GTE class is bought Unknown Tactics in a 2018 Toyota FT1. GTE looks like they've got the early advantage, but let's see how long that lasts. Scoser Ups is leading the race with a solid start. Unknown Tactics is right behind in second place, trying to find a way around. Riswat Indio is in third, hanging tight and waiting for an opening. Gnavling is on the move, climbing 3 spots to take 21st. Nirmuida is also gaining ground, overtaking 3 cars to land 23rd. Laura Biolab is making a small jump, moving up 1 spot to 3rd place. Mahukaos and Rizwajingdio are nose to tail for 5th place. Pedro Gamiratsa just gained 1 spot, now 11th. 2Ps and Vargalasvet are fighting it out for 13th. Mahukaos is climbing up to 5th place. 2Ps and the podcast is now in 13th. But Gamoneng has inched up to 19th. Fayed Ansirogai is driving a BMW M8 GTE, starting from 7th place. The car is known for its balance of speed and handling. It looks like he's holding his position well so far, but no overtakes yet. Waldo is making a move, climbing 4 spots to 16. Ebony Shadow is inching closer to the top, now in 7th. Nox Exodus is also on the rise, grabbing 8th place. Spear-like Hail is on the move, climbing up to 15. Mirmuda is also making a move, now in 19. Trash Crashton and Nox Exodus are locked in a fierce duel for 8th place. Ebony Shadow is gaining on Riswachingyo, closing the gap by a second. Trash Crashton has moved up 1 spot to 8th place. Apex milk bag is closing in on Nox Exodus, narrowing the distance by a second and a half. Vargalasvet is on a roll, climbing 3 places to 12. Apex milk bag and Nox Exodus are nose to nose for 9. Navling nudges up 1 spot to 21. Vargala Svet is closing in on 2 Ps and a podcast, cutting the gap by a second. 1. Gnavling has climbed 1 spot to 20. Downtoquist is making a move up 2 spots to 21. Ebony Shadow and Rizwachingyo are locked in a close fight for 6th place. Dude's Milky Blunt has just gained 1 spot and is now in 23rd. Rizwachingyo is holding on to 4th place, just ahead of Deplorable Apple in 5th. Not much room for error, but Rizwachingyo seems to have a slight edge. Deplorable Apple needs to find a way past if they want to win this bet. Deplorable Apple is driving a 2015 Ferrari 488 GTE and is currently in 3rd place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Ebony Shadow is climbing up to 6th place. Rizwachingyo and Ebony Shadow are neck and neck for 6th. Trash Crashton is closing in fast on Rizwachingyo, shrinking the gap by a second and a half. Trash Crashton is closing in on Rizwachingyo, cutting the gap to just a second and a half. They're battling fiercely for 7th place. Zergaming8 is climbing up to 12th place, making moves through the field. Raineki is gaining on Botka Munin, closing the gap by 5.4 seconds. Givenserogai is catching Raineki, closing the gap by 3.8 seconds. Two Peas and a Podcast is driving a 2016 Audi R8 LM-S in the GT3 class. They're currently in the 15th position and seem to be struggling with a lap time of around 2 minutes and 17 seconds, which is quite a bit slower than the leaders. Zergimingate is driving a 2015 Cadillac ATS Lyra in the GT3 class. They started in 14th and are currently in 13th, holding steady with a lap time of just over 2:12.2. Not bad, but no overtaking fireworks so far. Wow, Skozerup's really pulled off a win at Bathurst. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Wow, Skozerup's took the win. Congratulations on that impressive victory. You really showed those AI cars who's boss. And a big round of applause for Deplorable Apple. You just won the bet race and can now claim a shiny new 2015 Ferrari 488 GTE. Not bad at all, you've earned it. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on Dover's challenging circuit, I would lean towards the 2016 Dodge Viper. A CR, its track-focused design, incredible grip, and raw power make it a strong contender for conquering that oval with all its sharp turns and high-speed straights. Plus, it's got that aggressive vibe that says it's here to dominate. Hey everyone, you've got just a few seconds left to pick your favorite car. Make it count because once the timer runs out, it's showtime for the AI racers. Don't miss your chance to influence the chaos. Welcome back, Amin-san. Glad to see you return to the excitement. You've missed some epic AI racing moments, so settle in and enjoy the show. Oh wow, we've got quite the vintage showdown here. Jade Anburn in a sleek Aston Martin 177 versus Pero Gamasach in a classic 1956 Lancia D56. If this were a history lesson, the Lancia would be the wise old veteran, but racing on Dover Speedway, I gotta say the modern Aston might have the edge with more tech and aerodynamics. Still, the Lancia's got that vintage charm and might surprise us with some old school toughness. But if I had to put my chips on it, I think Jade Anburn's more likely to take the win, especially with the faster, more advanced car. But hey, don't count out Shero Gamarnazak just yet. Sometimes nostalgia can be a sneaky little competitor. Alright everyone, big news to kick things off. The AI in the all random race has placed bot Big Boy Bets on pole. And it's driving a classic 1999 Honda Civic Si. Wonder if that old school beauty can hold its ground today. Shikamaru has taken an early lead, with Ebony Shadow right behind in second place. Rekoharu G is currently in third, trying to keep up. Laura Biolab is on a roll, climbing to 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. TT61 is making a strong push, moving up 4 spots to 8. JD Anburn is also gaining ground, overtaking 4 cars to reach 10th. Laura Biolab is on a tier, climbing 5 spots to take the lead. Red Panda Manatee 4 is not far behind, also gaining 5 positions to sit in second. TT61 is making a strong push, overtaking 5 cars to claim third. Cherogamaza is closing in on Emerald Tick 398 fast. Just a few seconds behind now. Edsos 21 is also gaining on Ovidus, closing the gap by over 5 seconds. Shikamaru is on a move, overtaking 4 cars to jump into 14th place. Ovidus is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to take 7th place. Akvaithi is making moves too, overtaking 3 cars to land in 21st. Idi Levi is having a rough patch, dropping 6 positions to 26th. Red Panda Manatee 4 is narrowing the gap to Laura Biolab by 140 seconds. Titus 61 is closing in on Rowdy Zerolf, chipping away 1.3 seconds. Ovidos is climbing up 1 spot to secure 6th place. Jordan F is on a roll, climbing to 9th place. Aminzan is making a move through the pack to 11th. Tugon at DTV is sneaking up to 14th. Things are heating up. Red Panda Manatee 4 just overtook someone to take the lead. Laura Biolab and Red Panda Manatee 4 are still nose to tail for first place. JD Amber and Rowdy Zerolf are battling hard for third. Dero Gamaratsa is climbing fast into the top 10. Rekoharu G is making a strong push into the 20s. Laura Biolab is holding onto the lead, just 1 step ahead. Red Panda 94 is rapidly catching up to Laura Biolab, closing the gap by 7 seconds. Akvaithi is making a move on Edsos 21, chipping away at 5 seconds. Titus 61 is creeping up on Rowdy Zerolf, narrowing the distance by just 2 seconds. JD Anburn is closing in on Red Panda 94 with a 5.2 second gap. Rowdy Zerolf is gaining on JD Anburn, closing the distance by 1.8 seconds. Jordan F is moving up to 6th place, making a nice little climb. Ovidos is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to take 4th place. Jordan F is gaining ground, moving up one position to 5th. Rowdy Zarolf and Jordan F are nose to tail, fighting for that 5th spot. Wow, look at that! Laura Biolab just took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps finally paid off. Well done! Wow, Laura Biolab did it! Big congratulations to them on winning the race. That was an impressively smooth drive. And a shout out to Amundsen for snagging the fastest lap. They can claim the 1995 Benetton B 195. Not a bad prize for some speedy laps. Welcome back, MFF Society. Glad to see you return just in time for some high-speed AI racing action. Ready to see these cars burn some virtual rubber? For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Baskerville is known for its tight turns and technical sections, so a car that can stick to the curves and maintain speed through the corners would have the upper hand. Acceleration also plays a role, but finesse through the bendy bits is what really makes a difference here. Alright, everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your picks quick or you might end up with the slowest car in the race. Don't say I didn't warn you. Oh wow. This is like a showdown between a classic muscle car and a vintage race legend. The Chrysler Valiant Charger has that raw power, but the Porsche 904 is all about finesse and agility. Honestly, I'd probably give the edge to the Porsche here, especially on a track like Baskerville, where handling and precision can make all the difference. But hey, never count out the muscle car that might just surprise us. This one's a toss-up in my book. Alright everyone, it's starting at Baskerville and leading the pack is the Group 3 bot X-Jax in a classic 1975 Fiat X19 Dallara. Looks like it's trying to bring some vintage flair to this high-speed chaos. Mer Society has shot off the line to take the lead. X-Jax is right behind trying to keep up. The chaotic weirdo is holding on to third, but expect some early drama to shake things up. The chaotic weirdo just snuck into second place. Justin Gilks and Laura Bioleb are nose-to-nose for 6th. Ashtitu Hove and Ihivik Sema are locked in a close fight for 11th. Laura Biolab is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Yamchabi Panda has moved into 7th position, also up 1 spot. Ihava Exema is now in 10th place, making a 1 position jump. Laura Biolab is driving a 1972 Chrysler Valiant Charger. They're currently in 5th place and seem to be holding steady, not making any dramatic moves, but staying in the mix. The chaotic weirdo is driving a 1964 Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ22. They're currently in 2nd place and seem to be closing in on the leader. Looks like a strong run so far. Laura Biolab is climbing up to 4th place. A2 is making a move to 11th. Both are inching closer to the front. Yamchobi Panda is climbing up to 6th place. Aussie W 2002 is making a move to 14th. Laura Biolab is closing in on X-Jax, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Yamchabi Panda and Lin Malak are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Dario Official is climbing up 1 spot to 14th. Yamchabi Panda is climbing to 5th place. Justin Yilks is now in 7th. H2 Hove has moved into 10th. Looks like a little upward shuffle happening. Leum is driving a classic 1963 Porsche 904, known for its lightweight design and racing pedigree. They're currently in 8th place, just a bit behind the leaders, but their lap time suggests they're struggling a little with consistency. Laura Biolab is now in 3rd place and closing in on the leaders. X-Jax and Laura Biolab are nose-to-nose for 3rd. Justin Gilks has advanced to 6th and is looking to climb higher. H2 Hove is driving a 1972 Alpine A110, a lightweight and nimble car known for its agility. They're currently in 11th place, hanging around the middle of the pack with a decent lap time but not quite challenging the leaders yet. Yamchobi Panda is right behind X-Jax now, just a second apart. A2 Hove is also catching up to GT Swishman 33, closing the gap by a second. Aussie 2002 just overtook Stankit for the 13th place. Looks like they're neck and neck in this little scrap. H2 Hovea is driving a 1972 Alpine. A 110, known for its lightweight design and nimble handling. They are currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top Group 2 cars, with a decent lap time but no real threat to the leaders yet. Redizero Activa Vixen is driving in 1966. MGMGBG. They're currently in the 12th place and seem to be struggling with the pace, as their fastest lap is well behind the leaders. Laura Biolab is pushing hard with the fastest lap, but he's got Amaref Society right ahead. It's all about the overtake now. Ixajax just gained a spot to take third place. Yamchobi Panda and The Chaotic Weirdo are still nose-to-nose for fourth. Atitu Hove is climbing up to ninth. Congratulations to Mayor F Society on their victory. Looks like they really drove away with it. Wow, Mayor F Society really took that race by storm. Congratulations on the victory. You definitely earned it. And Laura Biolab, you've been on fire today. With the fastest lap, the race win and the most overtakes, you've earned yourself not just one but 3 chances to claim a 1972 Chrysler Valiant Charger. That's some serious driving skills right there. Well done. Sure thing. Did you know that the 1987 Mitsubishi Galant VR4 was one of the first cars to combine all-wheel drive with a turbocharged engine in the US market? It was like Mitsubishi's way of saying, hey, we're serious about sporty, practical cars even back then. Plus, it was pretty quick for its time, making it a real sleeper among car enthusiasts. Hey everyone! The clock is ticking down, so make your picks now, if you want your favorite car to race. Don't miss out on the action. This is your last chance to influence the chaos. Get those selections in before it's too late. Hey Dale Pack 41. Great to see you back in the stream. Hope you're ready to see some crazy AI racing action. Grab some popcorn and enjoy the show. Oh, what a matchup. Toadette's in that classic 1978 Ford Mustang King Cobra, a real muscle car with some serious attitude. That thing's probably got the power to bulldoze through the curves. On the other hand, Data Pack 41 is rocking the 1986 Ford Escort R S Turbo, which is smaller, lighter, and possibly more agile around the corners. Honestly, I'd say it's a toss-up. The Mustang might have the raw speed, but the Escort could outmaneuver it on tight turns. I'm leaning slightly towards Toadette's Mustang for the overall win because of that legendary American muscle strength. But if Dale Pack 41 can stick to the racing line and avoid any reckless moves, the Escort could definitely surprise us. Who are you placing your bets on? Alright folks, the race is underway at Bridgehampton, and leading the pack is Bot the Lightning Thief in a classic 1980 Volkswagen Golf GTI. Expect some serious vintage charm up front. Tylodrome's 31 is leading the race, followed closely by the Lightning Thief in second place and Dale Pack 41, holding on to third. Looks like a tight start so far. Toadette and Dale Pack 41 are nose-to-nose for third place. H.P. Lootcraft is climbing up to 6th. James Mayo is making a move to 7. Toadette just sneaked into third place. Gary Seventon and Laura Biolab are nose-to-nose for 8th. Fish the Husky and Gary Seventon are also neck and neck for 9th. The Betty White Show and Dale Pack 41 are nose to tail for 4th place. James Mayo and H.P. Lootcraft are locked in a fierce fight for 6th. Gary 710 is climbing up 1 spot to 8th. Slipsleeta Gaming is on a roll, climbing 8 places in no time. Naturally Unlucky is also making moves, gaining 4 spots. The Betty White Show just nudged into 4th. Not bad at all. The Betty White Show just overtook someone to grab 3rd place. Data Pack 41 is closing in on Toadette. The gap shrinks by a second. Beans Streams is climbing up to 11th, making moves. Uncle Tobin just climbed 1 spot to 13th place. Rain Kaori and Uncle Tobin are nose to nose for 13th place. Hermit Media is chipping away at Slipslide Gaming's lead, closing in by 2 seconds. Slipslide Gaming is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 13. Toadette is gaining ground, now in 3rd place. James Mayo is also moving up, now in 5th. The battle between James Mayo and the Betty White Show for 4th is heating up. Plebis 3 is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to reach 17th place. The Betty White Show just nudged into 3rd. James Mayo also gained a spot, now in 4th. Fish the Husky and HP Lootcraft are locked in a close fight for 8th place. Princess Wildface is climbing 2 spots to 18th. Gravy Graves is also moving up 2 spots to 20th. Fish the Husky just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th place. Fish the Husky and Gary 17 are nose to nose fighting for 7. Ren Kaori and Josh Byosh are locked in a close duel for 21st. The Betty White Show is climbing to 2nd place. James Mayo is now in 3rd. Toadette has moved up to 4th. Looks like they're all on the move. Fish the Husky is climbing up to 7th place. The Critical Egg is gaining on Ren Kaori, and the gap is shrinking fast. They are locked in a close fight for 21st. James Mayo is holding on to 2nd place, but the Betty White Show is right behind him. Fish the Husky and Dale Pack 41 are neck and neck for 6th position. Bean Streams just overtook someone to climb into 10th place. Bean Streams and HP Lootcraft are battling hard for 9th spot. James Mayo just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Fish the Husky is climbing up to 6th. Slipslide Gaming is making moves to 12. Slipslide Gaming is climbing to 11th place. Down Quest and Slipslide Gaming are neck and neck for 11. Plebis 3 is advancing to 16. Fish the Husky just overtook someone to take 5th place. Bean Streams is also climbing up to 9th place. HP Lootcraft and Bean Streams are nose to nose for 9th. Slipslide Gaming just moved up 1 spot to 10th place. Down Quest is gaining on HP Lootcraft, closing the gap by a 2.1. Princess Wildface is catching Hermit Media, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Toadette is driving a 1978 Ford Mustang King Cobra. She's currently in 4th place, but has the slowest, fastest lap among the top 10. Looks like she's battling to stay ahead but might be struggling a bit with pace. James Mayo is gaining on Tyler Drums 31, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Fish the Husky just moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Toadette and Fish the Husky are nose to nose, fighting for that 4th position. Bean Streams is climbing to 7th place. Slipton's lead gaming is now in 8th after moving up 2 spots. Uncle Tobin is making progress in 11th. James Mayo just took the lead, claiming the top spot. Slipton's lead gaming is closing in on Bean's streams, chipping away at the gap by over a second. Plebis 3 is climbing up to 15, making moves through the field. Uncle Tobin just gained a spot and is now in 10th place. Gary 710 and Uncle Tobin are nose to nose for 10th. Hemmick Media is shrinking the gap to Lockjohn 7 by a full second. Fish the Husky is gaining on the Betty White Show, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Gary 710 has moved up 1 spot to take the 10th position. Bleach Mepsi and Down to Quest are locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. Bean Streams is now just a second behind the Lightning Thief. Gravy Gray is gaining ground on Lockjohn 7, closing the gap to less than a second. King Malcolm Merckx is hot on Laura Biolob's tail, cutting the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Well, look at that. James Mayo just took the top spot. Guess all those laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow, James's Mayo really showed us how it's done. Congratulations on winning the race. You earned it with that impressive drive. Can't wait to see if they can defend their title next time. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, since the tight corners and sharp turns of the reverse layout demand a car that can nimble and respond quickly. Speed important. But if a car can't navigate those tricky bends smoothly, it's not going to get far. Acceleration out of the corners will also be key, because gaining ground early can make a difference. Overall, a balanced car with good grip and responsive steering would be my top pick for this race. Alright everyone, mark your calendars and grab your popcorn because the clock is ticking. The time to pick your favorite AI car is almost up. Make your choices before the race begins or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Don't say I didn't warn you. Well, with both drivers being a bit of a mystery, this race is really anyone's game. It's like betting on a coin flip at this point. Since we don't know their skills or experience, I'm going to lean on the fact that Matthewsaurus Rex has a bit of a flashy name, so maybe they bring some extra energy to the track. But hey, in the end, it's all about who's got the better nerves and maybe a touch of luck. Let's see who surprises us. Alright, everyone, the race kicks off here at midfield raceway reverse, and leading the pack is the bot Nonstop in a 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar. Looks like it's got an early advantage, but don't count out the others just yet. Nonstop has shot off the line to take the lead. Hot Bolognese is holding strong in second place, and Owen Storm is right behind in third. Looks like a close battle already. Hot Bolognese takes the lead, climbing to the top. Nonstop and Hot Bolognese are nose-to-nose for first place. Prodigy plays 58. Advances to third, closing the gap. Toying the gap. The Husky is climbing fast, now in 25th place after overtaking 3 cars. Owen Storm has moved up 1 spot to take third place. Prodigy plays 58 and Owen Storm are nose to tail, fighting for third. Smurf 20 and Jerk plays a nose-to-nose for 10th place. Lil Sprout is climbing up to 13th. Okinabaka and Bedsmar are locked in a close fight for 14th. Vinha 17 just overtook someone to move into 11th place. Smurf 20 and Vinha 17 are nose to tail for 11th. Bleach Mepsi and Redu Tapsambong 6 are fighting hard for 17. Smurf 20 is climbing up to 11th place. Bedsmar and Lil Sprout are nose to nose for 13. Imus Gordon is advancing to 18. Titus 61 and Unknown Tactis are neck and neck for 22nd place. The Husky and Rajaba 302 are also fighting hard for 24th. Hot Bolognese is leading the race in the 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar Dicta. They've set the fastest lap so far and seem to be comfortably ahead. Neo Texum is holding off Rosaris for 5th place. Unknown Tactis and Double are still locked in a close fight for 21st. Neo Texum is climbing up to 5th place. Ebony Shadow is also moving up to 6th. Rosaurus and Ebony Shadow are battling closely for 6th place. Rosaurus just overtook someone to grab 6th place. H2 Hove is climbing up to 8th. H2 Hove and Ebony Shadow are nose to nose for 7th. Neo Texum is holding off Prodigy plays 58 by a car length. Okinabaka is trying to find a way past Lil Sprout on the inside. Evolution 9 and 54 and Matthewsaurus Rex are nose to tail at the back of the pack. Neo Texum just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Prodigy plays 58 and Neo Texum are nose to nose for 4th. Ebony Shadow and Rosaurus are fighting hard for 6th. Hey there, Steve Jumper. Glad you could jump back into the action. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI racing chaos. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Well, look at that Hot Bolognese taking the checkered flag. Guess all those laps paid off. Nice job. Wow. Hot Bolognese really drove their way to the top, huh? Congratulations! That was a pretty exciting race to watch. Can't wait to see if they can keep up that momentum in the next one. Nice job! Did you know that the 1965 Lola T70 Mark I was actually built for racing and became legendary in the world of sports car competitions? It's like the rock star of the racing world back in the day, known for its sleek design and impressive speed. It's so iconic that it still turns heads at car shows decades later. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now is the time. Don't let your favorite slip away while you hesitate. Get those final selections in before the timer runs out. Wow, we've got a classic showdown here. The Lola T70 Mark I is a real beauty and a beast on the track, especially if it's properly tuned. The Ferrari 330 P4, on the other hand, is a legendary racing icon known for its speed and agility. Given the tight and twisty nature of Circuito International de Villarreal, I'd say the Ferrari's lighter weight and nimbleness give it a slight edge. But hey, that Lola's got some serious muscle and could surprise us with a powerful push on the straights. Honestly, I'd lean towards Yuka Ramen, driving the Ferrari for the win, but don't count Hermit Media out just yet. This race is going to be a close one. Alright everyone. The race is underway at Circuito International de Vila Real. And leading the pack is the prototype 1960. Botmo. Kicking things off on pole position with a classic 1966 Ford GT40. Let's see if it can hold on to that lead or if the newer machines will surprise us. Mood 12 has taken an early lead, with Athena CNC right behind in second place. Duff 84 is holding on to third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Hermit Media is climbing up to fourth place. Queen Manda and Daisy Chains are locked in a close fight for ninth. Your Instinct and Neo Texum are battling it out for 13th. Queen Manda is just ahead of Daisy Chains now. Looks like a close fight for 9th place. It's Soror and Eggsley are still neck and neck for 15th. No one giving an inch. Queen Manda is just ahead of Daisy Chains in 9th place. Your Instinct is holding off Neo Texum for the 13th spot. Queen Manda is climbing to 9th place. Sir Pro 3 and Daisy Chains are neck and neck for 10th. Aisley is advancing to 14th. Cobracle just climbed one spot and is now in the 18th place. Yaboy Ronda and Cobracle are nose to nose fighting for the same spot. Patsoats has climbed nicely up to 16th place. Cobracle is also making progress up to 18th place. Daisy Shines is really taking a scenic route back to the pack now at 20th place. Hermit Media is climbing steadily to 3rd, probably enjoying the view from up there. Sir Pro 3 is inching up to 10th, making a little progress in the middle of the field. Steve Jumper is driving a Lola T70 Mark on a Chevrolet from 1966. He's holding 8th place, so he's not doing too badly, but definitely not leading the pack either. Daisy Shines is driving a 1966 Chaparral 2E, a car known for its innovative aerodynamics and high-speed capabilities. They are currently in 9th place, holding steady, but not making much progress. Looks like a quiet race for them so far. Itzaror is driving a vintage McLaren M1B. They are currently in 16th place, holding steady, but not making much progress. Hermit Media is holding a slight lead over Yakraman, but it's close enough for some last lap drama. Neither has shown much speed yet, so it's anyone's race. Quimanda is slicing through the field to take 6th place. Hermit Media is climbing to 3rd. Anonymous Ninity 3 is sneaking into 4th. Aisley is making a move, climbing to 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Your Instinct is right behind, also up 3 spots to 11. Patsorts is not far behind, grabbing 3 positions to 12. Looks like the midfield is heating up. Spikeables is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 12. Itzuru nudges up 1 to 14. Yabuero Wanda Azu moves up 1 to 18. The Fox 84 is really having a rough time, dropping 10 places to 18. Sir Pro 3 is climbing up 1 spot to 8. Asley is also moving up 1 spot to 9. Yabui Rovanda is gaining fast on Thoyan Klejuosho, closing the gap significantly. Yakiraman is inching closer to Anonymous Ninity 3, but not quite as dramatic. Sir Pro 3 is driving a vintage McLaren M1B Ultralight. They're currently in 8th place, but are quite a bit behind the leaders in lap times. Looks like a tough race for them so far. The Ford 84 is climbing up to 17th place. Spikos is also moving up to 18th place. Looks like they're both on the rise. Ganklijosho is racing a vintage McLaren M1B. Their race seems to be struggling, with a time of over 2.5 minutes per lap, and they're currently in 19th place. Congratulations to Muttwolf on winning the race. Looks like they really knew how to steer their way to the top. Well done! Wow, Muttwolf really pulled ahead and took the victory. Congratulations to them for an incredible race. Seems like all that practice paid off. I guess they're the one to watch for the next race. A fun fact about the 1984 Ford RS200 is that it was specifically designed for Group B rally racing, which was notorious for its wild and dangerous cars. Ford built only about 200 of these, making it pretty rare, and it was so powerful and agile that it looked like a spaceship on wheels. It's like the car that eagerly wanted to win, but also wanted to make sure everyone knew it was serious about racing. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking down and the final seconds are slipping away. Make your selections now or forever hold your peace as the race kicks off without your favorite. Don't be that person who misses out on the action. Get those choices in before it's too late. Oh wow, this is quite the showdown. On one side, we've got the iconic and powerful 1983 Porsche 911 930 Turbo.S. It's a classic with a lot of historic racing pedigree, but might be a bit of a handful on a twisty track like Castle Combe. Then we have the 1985 Peugeot 205 T16, which is more of a rally legend, built for agility and quick turns. If I had to call it, I'd say the Porsche might have a slight edge in raw power, but the Peugeot's agility could give it an advantage on the curves. It's a tight race for sure, but I'd lean towards the Porsche carrying a bit more brute force down the straight. Still, don't count out the Peugeot's quick reflexes because that's where it might surprise us all. Let's see who takes the checkered flag. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Castle Combe with the 1980 supercars. Leading the pack is bot GM Prime in a classic 1985 Alfa Romeo GT V6 Autono. Let's see if the old school charm can hold the lead. GM in Prime has taken an early lead, with the Fox 84 right behind in second place. Skexis Beaupré is holding on to third for now, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Squatbender is on the move, climbing 3 spots to take the 10th place. The 54 is holding strong at the front. moving up one spot to lead the race. Bean Streams is gaining ground, climbing 2 spots to sit in third. Madisbury just overtook someone to move into 7th place. Xbasic Switch and Madisbury are nose-to-nose for 7th. Frankenbells and Xbasic Switch are locked in a close fight for 8th. Xbasic Switch has climbed to 7th place. Squat Bender has moved up to 9th. Madisbury and Squat Bender are nose-to-nose for 8th. The vintage cars are pretty evenly matched, but the track's tight corners probably favor nimble models like the Peugeot 205 T16 and Alfa Romeo GT V6. The faster, more powerful cars seem to be struggling with handling, keeping the pack close. Xbasic Switch and Fuso are locked in a fierce fight for 6th place. Squat Bender just gained 1 spot to take 8th. Squat Bender and Xbasic Switch are now battling closely for 7th. Squat Bender is climbing nicely up to 6th place. Figurata Sport is making a move to 12th. Laura Beolab and Thomas Moran are nose-to-nose for 13th. Pani 3 is driving a Peugeot 205 T16, a classic rally legend known for its agility and power. They're currently in 6th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Squat Bender and Skeksis Bio Prix are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Drelitsko is climbing to 10. Figurata Sport is also on the move, now in 11. Squat Bender is climbing up to 3rd place. Bean Streams and Squat Bender are nose-to-nose for that 3rd spot. Xbasic Switch is inching up to 7th. Squat Bender and GN Prime are nose-to-nose for 2nd place. Forzo is climbing up to 7th. Frankenbuds is inching into the top 12. Bean Streams just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Pani 3 is gaining on Skeksis Beau Prix, closing the gap by a little over a second. Xbasic Switch and Fuso are nose-to-nose for 7th. Bean Streams and GM Prime are locked in a close fight for 2nd place. Essex Switch X has gained 1 spot and is now 7th. Xbasic Switch and Pani 3 are battling it out for 6th. Bean Streams just overtook someone to claim 2nd place. Squat Bender is also climbing up, now in 3rd. Figurata Sport is closing in on Fuso, cutting the gap by 3 seconds. Xbasic Switch is climbing to 6th place. The Let's Go and Madisbury are neck and neck for 10th. Ready Zero Activa Vixen is advancing to 14th. Frankenbals and Drelitsko are neck and neck for 11th place. Dory Forge just gained 1 spot and is now 15th. Baycorn and the Critical Leg are fighting hard for 17th. Forzo and Penny 3 are nose to tail for 7th place. Baycorn is sneaking up 1 spot to 17th. Squat Bender and Beam Streams are nose-to-nose for second place. Figure 8 Sport sneaks up one spot to 8. Metasperry is chipping away at Fruzo, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Squat Bender is climbing up to second place. XS6 Switch is also moving up to 5th place. The X's Bill Pre and X-Basic Switch X are nose-to-nose for 5th. Let's Go and Metasperry are nose-to-tail for 10th place. The Critical Leg and Bacon are locked in a close fight for 17. Let's Go just overtook someone to move into 10th place. Frankenbuds and Metasperry are still neck and neck for 11. The Critical Leg and Bacon are trading paint for 17. Well, look at that. The FOTS 84 just took the top spot. Clearly, they're the one to beat. Congratulations on the win. Wow! The FOTS 84 really pulled off an amazing victory. Congrats to them. That was some impressive driving. Looks like they've earned their spot at the top today. Sure thing. A fun fact about the combined slow cars racing class is that even though they might be at the back of the pack, they often have the most character and charm. It's like watching a bunch of tiny turtles trying to race each other. And honestly, it makes the race more interesting, because you never know when one of them might surprise everyone with a sudden burst of speed. Sometimes the slowest cars are the most entertaining to cheer for. Alright folks, the clock is ticking down. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make your move before the AI makes the decision for you. Don't let your chance slip away. Alright. This is quite the interesting matchup. The 24 BMW M5 is known for its raw power and sporty handling, making it a formidable contender on a track like Blackwood GP Reverse. On the other hand, the 2009 Morgan Aero Supersports is a beautiful lightweight car, with a focus on agility and style, but it might struggle against the brute force of the M5. Given the track's challenging corners and sharp turns, the M5's balance of power and grip could give it the edge. The Morgan's sleek design might look great, but in a race like this, agility might not quite outmatch the raw muscle of the BMW all way. So, I'd say the BMW M5 has a slight advantage here, but hey, with AI racing anything can happen, so stay tuned. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Blackwood GP Reverse, and leading the pack from pole is the bot Aerotech in a 2015 Jaguar X. If this beauty can hold on to that spot, or if the others will catch up quick. A windstorm has shot to the front as the race begins. Aerotech is right behind in second place, and Wangatang 7, 272 is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Dehiper 7 is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 6th place. Air Rafael is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 3rd. Air Rafael and Aerotech are nose to tail fighting for 2nd place. Air Rafael and Aerotech are nose to tail for 2nd place. Husky Hawk has just climbed into 12th. Nibble 5689 is now 17th and gaining. Husky Hog is on a roll, climbing to 9th place. Laura Beolab is making a charge to 14th. Zademoji James is sneaking up to 18th. Things are heating up. Wangatang 7, 272 is really having a rough time, dropping to 21st. Beans Streams is climbing nicely into 6th. Husky Hog is making a move into 8th. Laura Beolab is climbing nicely into the top dozen. Jordan F and Violetta Mama are nose to nose for the 13th spot. Nibul 5689 and Jordan F are locked in a close fight for 14. Zadmoji Jamis is really having a rough time, dropping 7 places to 23rd. Laura Biolab is climbing steadily up to 11. The battle between Laura Biolab and Fozo for 10th place is heating up, both neck and neck. Dehiber 7 and Mr. Wolf J are nose to nose for 4th place. Laura Biolab is climbing up 2 spots to 9. Yabweruanda and Laura Biolab are locked in a fierce fight for 9th. Nibul 5, 689, is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to take 10th place. Vehi Perzevan is making a move, climbing 1 spot to 4th. Husky Hog and Naibe are nose to nose, fighting for 7th place. Airafe is closing in on Awen Storm, cutting the gap by 2.4 seconds. They are in a tight battle for the lead. Husky Hog just gained 1 spot and is now in 7th place. Husky Hog is climbing up to 6th place. Laura Beolab is closing in on Naibi, cutting the gap by 2.30 seconds. Tyler Drums 31 is moving up to 14th place. Rafael takes the lead, claiming the top spot. Laura Biolab is chipping away at Naibi's advantage, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Blackbeard is climbing up to 8th place, leaving some behind. Fozo is driving a 1996 Dodge Stealth RT Turbo.I. They're currently in the 13th place, just ahead of some vintage and retro cars. Looks like a tight race with a lot of slowdowns, but Fozo's lap time suggests they're not pushing too hard. Laura Biolab is climbing nicely to 7th place. Nibble 5 689 is chipping away at Naibi's lead, closing in by 2 seconds. Jordan F is making a move to 12th place. Zadimoji Jamis is closing in on Wangatang 7 272. Fast, just 6.1 seconds behind now. Nibul Faos 689 is chipping away at Naibi, closing the gap by 2.8 seconds. Jordan F is on the move, climbing 1 spot to take 8th place. Wow, Rafael just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone was born to win. Congrats on the victory. Congratulations to Arafael on winning the race. Well done, you've earned that victory. And hey, Nibble 5689, you've got some impressive stats there. Claim your prizes. The 2011 Porsche 91197 GT 2RS for having the fastest lap, and another one for the most overtakes. Looks like you've earned yourself some shiny new wheels today. Alright, here's a fun fact about the 1958 Maserati 250F. This beauty was actually a racing legend, used by some of the greatest drivers of the era like Juan Manuel Fangio. It's like the vintage superstar of racing cars, known for its sleek design and incredible performance on the track. Imagine it zooming past all these modern machines, and still holding its charm. It's basically the vintage car that's cooler than most of the new stuff out there. Alright, everyone, the clock is ticking down and soon it will be too late to pick your favorite car. Make your choice now before they speed off without you. Wow, what a throwback mismatch we have here. On one side, we've got Favenzero guy in a 1952 Kuzma Offie. That's like bringing a vintage knife to a modern gunfight. Classic, sure. But it might struggle against today's racing standards. Meanwhile, Laura Biolab is in a 1963 Agachanian Watson. Slightly newer, and probably a tad more advanced for the time, but still firmly in classic territory. Given the age and the car's designs, I'd say the Watson might have a slight edge in handling and stability, even if just by a bit. But then again, the Kuzma Offie has a certain stubborn charm that might just defy expectations. If I had to put bets on it, I'd lean towards the Watson taking the victory, mainly because it's a slightly more refined machine. But, honestly, in a race of these vintage racing beasts, anything can happen. Anything. Ni na na na, in the herbal casket. Or everyone. Advantage bot Alex has no brain here. Starting on the front line with a vintage 1952 Kuzma Offie. Let's see if classic charm can keep up with the modern chaos. Alex has no brain has taken the lead right out of the gate. Stankit is holding strong in second place. Wendy's Tapsum Bunks is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. NN Savage and 5-0 Guy are nose to tail for 6th place. Itsuror just gained 1 spot and is now 8th. Itsuror and NSNR Savage are now fighting for 7th place. Wanabakido and King Malcolm X are nose to tail for 4th place. Ikara 77 is climbing to 10th. Wrath 92 is advancing to 12th. La Croissant 1980 is racing a 1963 Agachani and Watson. They are currently in the last place and seem to be struggling to keep up with the pack. King Malcolm X is driving a 1958 Maserati 250F with a 3.5-liter engine. They are currently in 4th place and seem to be holding steady, not making any dramatic moves, but staying in the top 5. King Malcolm X is climbing to 3rd place. Evensero Guy is also moving up to 5th. Enzer Savage and Wanabakido are locked in a fierce duel for 6th. Evensero Guy is closing in on Nikti Tapsambonk X, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Senera Savage and Wanabakido are locked in a fierce battle for 6th place. Ronnerman Page is climbing up the field, moving up 1 spot to take 13th. Evensero Guy just overtook someone to climb into 4th place. 20 Tapsumbong 6 and 5-0 Guy are nose to tail fighting for that 4th spot. Wrath 92 and Ikar 77 are locked in a close duel for 11. NRR Savage is climbing to 6th place. Ronnie Rampage is now in 12th. Mission Man is closing the gap on Beast McGee by 1.6 seconds. Green Amber Red Yellow climbs 1 spot to 17th place. La Croissant 1980 also moves up 1 to 19th place. Captain Canadian and La Croissant 1980 are nose to nose for 19th place. Laura Biolab is driving a 1963 Agachanian Watson. Looks like she's holding steady in the 10th spot, not making any big moves, but staying in the mix. Itsuror is climbing up to 7th place. Rune Rampage is now in 11th. Looks like some steady progress. Mission Man is climbing up to 15th place. La Croissant 1980 is now in 18th. Looks like they're both on the move. Captain Canadian is on a tier, climbing from way back to 6th place. Wrath 92 and Ikar 77 are nose to tail for the 13th spot. Looks like a good old-fashioned wheel-to-wheel fight. Senor Savage is climbing to 6th place. Its Cyril is now 7th. One Abakido is knocking on the door of 8th. Green, amber, red, yellow is closing in on Bees McGee. Now just 1.6 seconds behind. They're battling for the 16th spot. Hot Bolognese has gained 1 position and is now in 19th. King Malcolm RX is driving a 1958 Maserati 250F. He's holding on to 3rd place and has the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like he's pushing hard but not quite enough to catch the leaders. He's got the fastest lap but is stuck in 6th. Not bad for a guy who might be just cruising. King Malcolm Rix is climbing up to 2nd place. Stank it! And King Malcolm Rix are nose to nose for 2nd. Runner Rampage is pushing forward into the top 10. Runner Rampage is closing in on Wanabakido, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. IK-77 and Bacon are locked in a fierce fight for 11th place. Ixnobadixel and Mission Man are battling it out for 14th position. Wow, Alex has no brain just won the race. Guess brains aren't everything after all. Congratulations on the victory. Wow, looks like Alex Hasnabrain just pulled off an unexpected victory. Congratulations to them. Who knew brains weren't necessary for winning races? That was some impressive driving. Alright everyone, it looks like the stream is taking a quick pause for some maintenance. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back in just a few minutes. Grab a snack or stretch those legs, and I'll see you all very soon for more thrilling AI car action.